Thank you. You can be seated. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Let's say long time no see. I hope everybody will recall the prosecution had rested. Went through some motions for direct verdicts, one for each defendant. In terms of the defense presenting any cases, Mr. Barnett, it's my understanding that Mr. Molitor's case will be presented first. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And I understand that there will be two witnesses prior to Mr. Molitor perhaps testifying. Do you have any objections to the court going through the questions with him about testifying this time? Just because of your judgment?
Not a problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
So, Mr. Molitor, you heard me, you can say you heard me go over generally last night before we broke kind of the same question that I'm going to answer or ask you now. But you understand that as part of this process, you certainly have the right to testify in your own defense.
Yes, sir.
You also understand that with that comes the danger, and that's my word, because obviously you'll be allowed to testify on direct examination, being asked questions by Mr. Barnett. But as you've seen with the other witnesses, then what comes after that is the cross-examination, which would be done by Mr. Ralston or some days at the Attorney General's office. So you understand that that will occur if you do testify in your own defense.
I do.
Okay. Have you discussed, and you understand that if you don't testify, that can't be used against you in any way. And in fact, the court would instruct you that they cannot consider that when making the determination.
I do understand that.
Have you discussed all of that, Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for me about that?
I do now.
Based on all of that and your discussions with Mr. Barnett, is it your intention to testify or not?
It is.
Okay. Obviously, the reason I'm going over that with you now is because the jury's out of the courtroom. And that way we don't actually necessarily take another break after the other two witnesses testify first. You can obviously change your mind at any point. If you so desire, just let us know prior to when Mr. Barnett will call you. That way, that's not going to come to the jury. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else for anybody or Mr. Barnett? Are there any other questions that you'd like the court to ask?
No other questions. Court's covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else for anybody before we go to the jury?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
No, sir.
Okay. All rise for the jury.
No, I want that. Just remind me.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody. If you recall, the prosecution arrested when we closed their case in chief. So now we turn to the defendants in this case. And if you recall the instructions from the beginning, the defense side does not have to produce any evidence of any kind. They don't have to prove innocence. As we told you, it would be a legal burden of proof for us solely with the prosecution. But if they so choose, they can present evidence if they wish. We're going to turn to Mr. Barnett on behalf of Mr. Molitor first. Mr. Barnett, is there any evidence that you wish to produce?
We do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Would you like to call your first witness?
I would like to call my first witness, Your Honor. My first witness for today is Lane Lunsford, L-A-Y-N-E Lunsford. Lane, would you step forward, please?
Sir, right this way, and you're going to come up to that chair right there. Before you take a seat, though, if you please stop and raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Swear that the seat then. If you start out by telling us your full name and then spell them, you could also spell your last name.
Yes, Lane Lunsford, Lunsford.
Thank you. Mr. Burnett, go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Lane, how old are you
I am 33 years old.
and where do you reside?
Grand Rapids, Michigan,
And how long have you lived there?
approximately a year.
And where did you live before that?
Muskegon, Michigan.
Muskegon, Michigan. And do you know Eric Molitor?
Yes.
And how is it that you know Eric?
We met through a Facebook group called Michigan Constitutional Militia and through the trainings of that group.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. We have to act like we're talking to that door back there.
Okay.
I have to do the same thing. I get told to speak up from some of my brother councils back here. But you knew him. Tell me a little bit about the Michigan Constitutional Militia. And I'm looking for a time frame of prior to 2020, basically, and 2020.
So I was part of it from, I believe, 2017 until 2020. I believe that Eric joined, if I recall correctly, at some point in 2018. We were just, excuse me. We were a group that met on average once a month. Not everybody attended all trainings, but the trainings were geared towards survival, medical, and a fair amount of firearms training.
Okay. Where was this during, let's focus on 2018 through 2020 then.
Mhm.
So this is, yes, is that a yes or no?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
sure,
sorry.
And I'll give the instructions because I don't want it to seem as though it's a bad thing for the attorneys reminder or anything like that. So this nice young lady right here is keeping a transcript of everything that we say. So nodding, and they're quite common, right, in the, what I'll call the real world.
Yes.
Not here. And so nodding doesn't work. Those things are difficult. So if somebody says, was that a yes or was that a no, it's not meant to be accusatory in any way. It's simply making.
Absolutely. Understood.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. So if we were to focus between 2018 and 2020, including 2020, where were your, well, was it just a Facebook militia at that time or were the trainings going on during that time?
The trainings were going on during that time.
And where were those trainings?
They were scattered across the state, but most of the ones that I attended and any with Eric were concentrated towards the west side of the state between Muskegon and Cadillac area.
Okay. And describe what the trainings were that Eric and you attended.
They varied. They were anything from meeting with one of the members. His wife was a registered nurse, so she would teach medical trainings on dressing wounds, on just proper care of most any kind of medical issue that you would experience in a field situation. We did some hand-to-hand combat training, as in jujitsu and other martial arts kind of things. We also did firearms training with handgun, carbine, and long rifle, and survival stuff. Anything from primitive fire starting to building shelters, finding water filtration, just general skills that you would need to survive if you were ever, say, stranded on the side of the road and nobody could get to you, or any of those kind of things.
Did you develop a relationship with Eric Molitor during that time?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, just without getting into great detail, how would you characterize that acquaintance, friendship?
I would say that we were friends.
Okay. And did Eric also attend once a month approximately through those years?
Eric wasn't able to make it to all of them. Just some of them were scheduled on weekends. He had kids. I was the leader for our section of the state, so I controlled the scheduling. So I actually did end up changing scheduling so that it aligned with weekends. He didn't have his kids, so he could attend more of the trainings.
Okay. So the Michigan Constitutional Militia, is there a statewide leader, or was there at that time?
There was. Gary Howell was the statewide leader at that point in time.
And you said you had some sort of leadership position. What does that mean?
Yes. I was a zone leader, so my zone covered from Cadillac down to about Grand Haven and in from the west coast of the state into about 131.
And what lane, again, where did you reside during that time, if not Grand Rapids?
Muskegon.
Okay, in the city of Muskegon?
My address was Muskegon, but I was closer to Twin Lake, Michigan.
And why would you be a militia member and or in this group?
Really, my reason for joining the group was one, for fitness, for the hiking trainings and that kind of thing. Two, for general life skills, the survival skills. I really wanted to learn a lot more about that kind of stuff. And then I enjoy shooting, and that was a bit of the training as well. So I was able to improve my skills there and get in some fun range time.
Okay, were you in the military?
No, I was not.
And what life skills did the militia trainings give to you
Well,
during that time?
I had I got more from it, I think, because I was a leader. That helped develop a lot of my leadership skills and organization, learning how to get people together, manage all of those trainings and times. But as a general member, I think a lot of them were teamwork and just being able, the survival skills, building on our firearm skills and target practice, that kind of thing.
Okay, there's offensive tactics, I suppose, and defensive tactics. Can you describe the trainings that Eric attended with you in that area, in those areas?
I couldn't say that any of it was geared towards offensive. Everything was very defense focused. Martial arts in general are very defense focused, so any of the trainings we did there are defense. The medical trainings, that was in case you became injured. We weren't looking to go out and hurt people, so we could try and fix them. And survival skills, I mean, I would say that that's just a general life skill.
How many times did you see Eric at trainings?
I would say a dozen plus. I can't remember an exact number, but it was at minimum a dozen times.
Are there routine, like you said, medical tents, I mean, weapon manipulation, other things that show up that are routine in militia training that you've observed in your group?
I mean, that's a pretty basic or a pretty encompassing gist of what we did.
Okay, we've seen weapon manipulation, weapon issues. What's going on with firearms there?
As far as firearms, specifically, we had some trainings that were specific on how to clean, maintain a firearm. We would do a full training on that, where that was a 4-hour get together on just how to maintain and safely keep your firearms.
Have you ever heard of a shoot house or a kill house?
Shoot house, yes.
Okay. Why do you call it a shoot house?
Because we're not going in to kill anything.
And what is a shoot house to you in regards to your training with Eric?
A shoot house would be a simulated house where you're training to go in, clear rooms, and assess for any threat.
Okay. Are you still in the militia right now?
I'm not.
And what's your situation for leaving?
I got divorced in early 2020 and taking care of my kids on a more regular basis. Well, taking care of them by myself every other week. And just the stress of going through a divorce, I decided to step back from my position.
Okay. Do you know anything about competitions that come out of these trainings, and or are there competitions that are related to this that maybe Eric was involved in?
So Eric and I competed at what's called the Wolverine 5K. It's at Marksmanship Training Center in Lake City. We ran that competition together in 2018 and 2019. That one is a 5K land nav race where you're going point to point with a map, compass, and protractor. And then there are multiple shooting stages once you get back to the training center.
Okay. Can you describe the attitude toward violence in your militia group that Eric was involved in?
There was no attitude of violence in the militia. We did multiple community service type things. We were very sure not to let people in that had a violent demeanor.
You had a vetting process?
We did.
What is that? What was it?
When we were able to, we contacted law enforcement and tried to get background checks on anybody that was coming into the group. If we were not able to do that, if we didn't have that resource, we would pay for background checks online and do the best that we could looking into anybody's social media, any kind of platforms that they might have been on, just to make sure that there was no extremism views. The militia in general has a very strong stigma about it, and we wanted to break that stigma.
Okay. Do you have a relationship with the police department or departments? What is the position about law enforcement and the militia? Pro, anti, neutral?
It was very pro law enforcement. A lot of our trainings, one of our reasons for doing this stuff was to be able to provide support to law enforcement anytime that we were able to.
Okay, what kind of, you said community service, what kind of community things did you do?
While I was part of the group, 3 specific examples that stand out to me were we as a group came together and helped a disabled veteran near Detroit area build a house. He was paying a company to do so, and they were not able to get it done in time with their labor, so we all went down and pitched in to help get it done. We donated almost a full semi-truck load of water to Flint when the Flint water issues were going on. And we went down there and hand delivered cases of water to families in areas that couldn't afford it. And then also in Houghton, Calumet, up in the UP, there was a year that they had a lot of flooding and it washed away a lot of homes, filled basements. And we took loads of donations up there. And we had about between 10 and 15 people that stayed for a week up in the UP, helping people shovel out their basements, gain access back to their homes, and just passed out supplies that anyone may need.
How about, let's put ourselves back into the year 2020. Do you recall any civil unrest, any stress, tension related to either COVID or?
I mean, all of 2020 was stress and unrest. There was a lot of Black Lives Matter protests due to the incident in Racine, Wisconsin. There were a lot of Antifa joining in on the Black Lives Matter protests and stuff like that. And then just the general displeasure of COVID.
Okay. And did your militia group or you have anything to do with Black Lives Matter and or Antifa protests?
Yes.
And what was your role and your group's role?
We would attend rallies where we knew people were, where we knew that Antifa specifically were getting together and thought that they may cause any issues. We were not there to stop anybody physically, but as a hopeful deterrent.
Okay. And who's we?
Oftentimes the group. I did one in Muskegon that was not part of the militia, but I was there with quite a few other people for that one.
And the role of your group, again, even when you were by yourself, was to do what?
Support law enforcement.
Okay. How do you communicate or do you not communicate with law enforcement when you're appearing either as a group of your militia or yourself and others like-minded people?
Anytime that we were able to, we would try and communicate with law enforcement over the phone in the week prior to showing up to an event, if we had that kind of time and planning. If it was a more last minute thing, we would try to stop by the local police department or any area of operation where law enforcement was working out for an event, and we would talk with them prior to an event starting, tell them our reasoning for being there, introduce ourselves, make sure that they knew who we were and that we were there to support them.
Okay. Do you recall if Eric went to Muskegon or any city with you or with your group to be a deterrent for problems in any city?
I can't specifically recall that Eric was with me at any of them, but it was 3 years ago, and there's a good chance that he may have been.
Okay. When you went to Muskegon, how many people were helping you and like-minded doing the same thing?
I brought with me 4 or 5 individuals to that, but once we got down there, we met up with, I would say, close to 200 people.
Okay. There was a large group.
Yes.
Were you armed or?
We were armed, but we were only concealed carrying. We didn't want the visibility of having firearms or any kind of force.
Do you stand on the street corner or what do you do once you get there?
Honestly, we ended up just standing on the sidewalk and talking with everybody else that was there. It was just a very peaceful, pleasant time, and we just showed that people were there and we cared about the community.
Was it rumored that Antifa and BLM were coming to cause problems, or did they?
Yes. It was the night prior that they had showed up in Grand Rapids, and there were fires started, businesses broken into, a lot of cars damaged, and it was rumored that that same group of individuals was going to come to Muskegon to do the same thing. So that was our reasoning for being down there. There was a lot of local business owners and just general citizens of the community standing out there with us to show that it wasn't going to be tolerated.
And did you have any concerns about government and how it was being handled?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Do you know if you had discussions with Eric during that time period about Antifa and or Black Lives Matter protest rallies, get-togethers?
I'm sure we had conversations about it, but I can't specifically recall any of them.
Were you still training once a month during that time?
Approximately, yes.
Where were your competitions, if you remember?
The trainings,
Yeah, well, the trainings, sure.
trainings were oftentimes focused at my house in Muskegon. I had rented a skid loader and built a shooting range, and I had 10 acres that we were able to use for training purposes that were wooded. So,
Do you believe your group was legally doing things, or is illegal conduct going on?
we absolutely kept everything legal.
So people that were carrying guns and maybe AK-47s, that kind of thing, 15s?
Yeah, AR-15s and AK-47s were both known to show up to trainings.
Okay. Did you know a person by the name of Sam Riley?
Yes.
And who's he?
Sam Riley ran a security business that both Eric and I worked for in 2020.
Okay. Do you know how, do you know Adam Fox?
I don't believe that I do.
Okay. You were never introduced, never shook his hand, never recognized?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. So what did you do for Sam Riley?
So I did 2 jobs for Sam Riley. I worked at Menards, standing in front of the buildings, making sure that people had their masks on and making sure that people were generally conducting themselves properly at the store.
And who, do you have background on Sam Riley, or how you got to be connected with him?
Eric actually introduced me to Sam Riley.
Did you talk to Sam Riley?
I never met him in person, only through a WhatsApp chat and over the phone.
And what was it like working at Menards with a security position?
Generally, it was good. There were definitely times where the situations got a little tense. People were very upset about having to wear masks, and they would take it out on the security guard standing in front of the store. There were often times that I thought that we were going to have to call law enforcement to come take somebody out of the store, and there were multiple times that I was threatened doing that job.
Was it what did you understand could happen or did happen in that position in other Menards?
I'm sorry.
In other Menards stores, do you have any information as part of your training and preparation for that job as to what was going on in the country?
I mean, not specifically, just what you would have. I was told what my job description was, and that was to make sure that people wore their masks coming into and while in the store. And I was there to make sure that employees weren't harassed.
Anything from the state of Wisconsin that you were aware of with regard to Menards?
Not in regard to Menards, no.
Threats of violence, what was the danger level here?
I mean, there were regular threats of violence, so that would, I would say that it was a medium danger level. I don't think anyone had been severely hurt, but there were definitely threats of it.
Did you work at any other stores through Sam Riley?
I worked for him at Walmart as well, doing the same detail, COVID compliance.
Did you have any observations of Mr. Molitor during this time period to concern you?
No.
Do you know if he was still in the group when you left, or?
I believe that he was.
Did you understand he became arrested at one point in October of 2020?
Yes.
And how often, or what was the last time you saw him before that?
I believe the last time that I had seen Eric prior to that was when we were working security at Menards for Sam Riley.
Sometime when?
It would be July of 2020, I believe.
And Wayne, what do you do for a living at this time?
I am a manufacturing manager at a small machine shop.
Near or in Grand Rapids?
I'm Muskegon.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
No question. None.
Thanks, Doug. Good morning, Mr. Lunsford.
Good morning.
Let's talk a little bit about the Michigan Constitutional Militia.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the term burns, beans, and bullets?
I have not actually.
Okay. In terms of, the militia that you were in, the Michigan Constitutional Militia, did you ever go out of state to train?
No.
Okay. I mean, it sounded like you said that your militia, your area of influence was in between Muskegon and Cadillac. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you had other areas around the state that were like you had different divisions or groups.
Yes.
Fair summary.
Yes.
Okay. The training that you guys did in the Michigan Constitutional Militia, you talked about survival skills, right?
Yes.
Okay. And medical,
Yep. Yes.
firearms.
Yes.
Okay. And kind of what I want you to tell the jury or explain to the jury, if you would, is, why are you practicing those things? Is it for, in the event that society breaks down and you got to fend for yourself? I mean, is that kind of where it's going?
I mean, that is a thought as to just being able to protect and survive on our own if there isn't anyone there to support that.
Right. And, that's the people that, were in your group, your area, your division, if you will,
Yes.
the Muskegon to Cadillac area. I mean, you would support each other in a time of crisis. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And in terms of like the survival aspect of what you did, how important was that to the overall training? When I say survival, I'm talking about the things like you talked about water filtration and food sources and things like that. I mean,
I feel that it was a pretty fundamental part of the training.
And it's one of the core values of your group, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And in terms of the trainings, you said, these monthly trainings, would this happen in your area, in the Muskegon area?
Yeah, anywhere between Muskegon and Cadillac. We had a few places that we would meet.
And I think you said your house, you had 10 acres and you had a range there and people would
Yes.
come. Okay. And, one of the things that I caught in your direct exam with Mr. Barnett was we didn't practice any offensive maneuvers. Is that correct?
No.
I mean, you guys were, and this was like, what I'm trying to get you to explain to the jury is, is your group, is the militia your group? And I understand, and there's different militias, correct?
Yes.
And would
absolutely.
you agree that different militias in the state have different tendencies?
Yes.
Okay, some are more offensive in nature.
I don't know any that were, but I can only assume that some may have been.
What's the biggest group that you're aware of in the state of Michigan in terms of militias?
Michigan Home Guard.
Sure. And then you ever hear of Michigan Liberty Militia?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know who runs that?
At the time that I was involved, it was Phil Robinson.
Okay. You ever hear of Michael Null?
Yes.
Okay, do you know Michael Null?
Limited, but yes.
Well, tell us about that. How do you know him?
We met at a few events, political rallies and that kind of thing.
Sure.
Just because we were in kind of the same crowd, there was some communication back and forth.
Yeah.
And then the last time that I saw him was at a training. I believe it was in the fall of 2019. We did a 3-day camping survival trip.
Okay. Where was that at?
That was in New Era, Michigan.
Where's that? I'm sorry. I don't know what's that. What county?
About Oceana County.
Okay. Okay. So Lower Peninsula.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Did you know Bill Null?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
Through the same channels.
Okay. And do Bill Null and Mike Null, are they typically together when you see them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see either of them operate independent of each other?
Not really. No.
Okay. And how did you know them? And what militia group did you know them to be affiliated with?
That was Michigan Liberty Militia.
Okay. Okay. Was that militia bigger than yours?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
I think member wise, they were probably about a quarter of the size that we were.
Okay. Let's go back to your training and the kind of things you did in the Michigan Constitutional Militia. Did you ever go out of state to train?
No, we did not.
Why not?
We didn't have the resources or the connections out of state.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't that we would have been opposed to it if it was a good training.
Sure.
We just didn't know anybody out of state or have any reason to go out of state.
Okay, let's talk about your trainings. Did you guys ever set up a shoot house?
No, we never actually put one together.
Okay. And if you were at a training and you saw that, would that be something that would be concerning to you?
No, I think it's part of shooting skills. I think that it would play into a defensive role where if someone broke into your house, those skills would be needed.
Okay. But room clearing, hall clearing, building clearing, those kind of things sound offensive, don't they?
They could definitely be applied offensively, but
Did you say defensively or offensively?
they could be applied offensively,
Okay.
but that is not where we were going with it. If
That's not where your group is going, right?
Correct.
Okay. You said the reason for joining was to try to get in shape, right?
Yeah, it was part of it.
Practice your survival skills in case things broke down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have ballistic armor?
I do.
Okay. And does your members of your group have ballistic armor?
Many of them did.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you at the Capitol on April 30th, 2020? Michigan Patriot rally?
I don't believe I attended that.
Okay. Are you familiar with it?
Actually, I know that I did not attend that because that was after my divorce, and I did not attend any events after that.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about, you talked about you're providing support for law enforcement and that your group is pro law enforcement. Did you ever have law enforcement reach out to you and say, boy, we need your help over here in Muskegon today, boys?
We did not.
Okay. Or even Grand Rapids or anywhere else in the state?
No.
You guys were taking this upon yourself, right?
We absolutely were. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And the charitable work you were talking about that your group did you ever do that with Michigan Liberty Militia or the Knoll Brothers?
I don't recall if they attended any of them. I believe they may have been at the Flint one, but I can't say that with certainty.
Okay. And you were talking about BLM, Black Lives Matter, and Antifa,
Yes.
right? Okay. And did you guys ever deploy to Antrim County or Bel Air for anything?
I did not.
And did you ever hear of any, like, unrest here in Antrim County that, caused you concern that Antifa was about and that you guys should come up here and try to?
I had heard rumor that something was going to happen, but I was phasing out of the group at that point in time. So I didn't really have anything to do with that.
When you go to these things, how do you know who Antifa is? I mean, do they wear a uniform?
They make it fairly obvious.
How?
It's usually all black dress. Also, a lot of times they're carrying signs and they make it known who they are.
They're exercising their First Amendment rights just like you were.
Absolutely.
Okay. And what makes them any different from you?
We were not there to cause any kind of damage. We were not there to stop them from exercising their First Amendment rights. In fact, we supported the fact that anybody with any view had the right to exercise their First Amendment rights and the right to gather and protest.
Okay.
But no one has the right to cause damage to people's personal property.
So you're going to step in and basically become the police if necessary.
We never hoped to have to do that. We hoped that our presence was enough to stop that, and we did not plan on physically intervening.
Now, you talked about going to these things, and I think you mentioned you dressed down, right? You carried a sidearm, you had CPL, you were concealed carry, and
Yes.
Okay, and all for the Second Amendment. I'm not trying to smash that, but I mean, that's different than showing up in full kit with your AR slung and your sidearm on. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about your job at Menards with through Sam Riley and Mr. Molitor here. Tell us how you're dressed when you go to work for Sam Riley at Menards.
Very similar to the way I am now.
Sure.
It was a collared polo type shirt,
Right.
Usually black, and khaki pants with
Okay.
a concealed side.
I'm sorry?
With a concealed sidearm.
Okay. And this is like an hourly job, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And how much were you paid an hour?
$25 an hour.
Okay. And that's the same thing for Mr. Mahler.
I believe so.
Okay. And you're like a store security guard. I mean, that's a tough job. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, right? I mean, you're trying to get people to comply with the store policy, wear your mask, and
Correct.
okay. Did you wear your kit when you went there?
No.
Okay. Does that job require that you have a ballistic helmet, a Kevlar bulletproof helmet?
No.
Does that job require that you carry flex cuffs so you can take somebody into custody?
A lot of guys did carry them just in case someone did get out of hand. So yes, possibly.
Okay. Did you carry them?
I personally did not, but that was because I did not have any.
Okay.
And it was a short-term job for me, so I was not going to invest in the supplies.
Okay. And, in terms of, that job and what you were asked to do, did you have a gas mask?
I do have a gas mask.
No, I'm sorry. My question was poorly framed. Was a gas mask something that you needed to work at Menards to,
Not at Menards, no.
Okay. And, you talked a little bit about vetting your members.
Yes.
Okay. And you were trying to keep bad apples out, essentially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And, if one of your members, started talking about, this governor, we ought to get after her and kill her security detail and attack her cabin up north and, take her captive and kidnap her. Would that be something you'd go along with?
Absolutely not.
Okay. That's a different animal.
Yes.
That's
That's the kind of thing we tried to keep out of our.
That's a horse of a different color, right?
Absolutely.
What would you do if one of your members came and had that plan and said, I'm going to start planning this?
If I found that someone was planning that, I probably would have called law enforcement.
How long would it have taken you to call the police?
I suppose if someone I thought was just lightheartedly joking, which
No.
not that it's something to joke about,
Yeah.
but if I thought there was any actual intent, I absolutely would have called the police.
Okay. I mean, would you have waited or, tried to build a case or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Lunsford, thank you very much. No further questions, sir.
Mr. Barnett, you correct?
Like that, Your Honor. Mr. Lunsford, did you see the police had action at these get-togethers and there were any issues with them?
I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
I'll start over. Did you see the police overrun at any time at any of these city events?
Not at any of the ones that I attended.
Okay. Competitions,
Yes.
what are the things that happen at competitions? What kind of setups are there? Medical tent, with weapon manipulation, what other things are there commonly?
So the competition that we ran is pretty encompassing. It involves a little bit of everything. They try to incorporate as many skills as possible. One of the shooting stages was shot with a handgun, and you had to have a gas mask on and be able to manipulate your firearm with that limited field of view and still hit your target. We had a stage where you were handcuffed, your firearm was laid on the table in a safe position, pointed downrange, and you were handcuffed in front of you, and you had to pick the lock on the handcuff to be able to get to your firearm and then engage the targets. There was a shoot house involved in the competition where you went through the front door and you had targets at different stages through the house that you had to engage to get to the end of the course. And then you shot in a 4-man team on a lot of the stages of the competition. So there was a lot of teamwork involved in it. One of them, you had a piece of telephone pole that you had to pick up and put on all 4 of your shoulders. And one guy would run up and engage targets, come back, the next guy would go, kind of thing. They really did a little bit of everything.
So it sounds like you trained to be prepared for something that may happen, but do you train for competitions?
Oh, absolutely.
What kind of gear do you use to prepare for competitions?
Whatever's going to be at the competition.
Do you know
They put out a list prior to the competition of what the shooting stages are going to be and what they're going to involve. And you get whatever you need to train in as close a scenario as possible to what you're going to encounter at the competition.
do you know what a plate carrier is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's what carries hard armor for level 3 and up ballistic armor.
Is that common in the group that you were leading?
It was actually a required part of in the militia group or for the competition?
Well, both, but one at a time.
For the militia group, it was not a required part. It was just something that a lot of the guys liked to have. It was just a piece of equipment.
Okay. And for competitions?
For the competition in the class that we ran, it was required for the competition.
What other what other gear is required for competitions? The ones that Eric went to? Or
Other gear would be a carbine rifle with multiple magazines, a sidearm, usually full size, that's easier to shoot competition with also multiple magazines, some sort of optics, and a long range rifle, usually a larger caliber rifle. And then the plate carrier was required for the hardcore class that we ran. That was what they called it. And then a backpack with supplies.
Okay. What kind of kit did you have, so to speak?
I had a level 3+ plate carrier and a Marine Corps issue backpack that I used. I had an AR-15 and all of the magazine holders and everything on my vest for shooting that competition.
Do you know what kind of kit Eric had when you saw him either in trainings or at competitions?
I know that during the competitions he shot an AR-15. I don't recall what brand, but then he also had a Glock sidearm that he used for the competitions. And then he had a plate carrier as well.
Did he use those things in your presence?
Yeah, for the competition.
You indicated something about a hiking, camping, or is it just camping? Can you talk to us about that, whether weapons are involved?
That one was not a weapons training. We had our firearms with us for simulated weight, but we did not use firearms and no one had ammunition with them for that training.
Is that the one you saw the Knolls at? Is that what you said?
Yes, it is. Yep.
3 days?
That was a 3-day camping survival training. And it was also a hike that was correlated with a charity group called 92 for 22. And we did a 22K hike to help support that group. We collected donations for them and donated to them.
Is that a nonprofit group, do you think?
Yes.
And what was their cause?
They support the families of veterans who have committed suicide. 92 for 22 was a 92-kilometer walk that they did to support the 22 veterans a day on average that commit suicide.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Lindsay?
No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, thank you.
Mr. Rowland?
Just a couple, Judge. Mr. Lunsford, when you talked about the shoot house being helpful, like if somebody attacked, right, your home, you could
Yeah.
defend yourself, right? Breaching, you know what that means?
Breaking down a door.
Yeah, and I mean, when you practice that skill, you're obviously not defending your home. I mean, would you agree with that?
To physically break down the door, no.
I mean, the idea of breaching the threshold of the door and entering the home to clear it, I mean, that's not somebody training to defend their house. Would you agree?
No, but the same skills can be applied in a defensive situation.
Okay, I mean, I understand they may, like if you were in your bedroom, and your home was attacked. But I mean, that training that I've just described, the idea of breaching the door, entering the first room with a team, clearing different sections of it, moving to a hallway, clearing the hallway, looking, the doors, moving through a house and clearing it. I mean, is that offensive or defensive to you?
I would say that that's offensive, but for training purposes, it was part of our competition, so we needed to be proficient in it.
I understand. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Nothing else, Judge.
I'm all set, thank you. No, thank you.
Mr. Simon?
No, no.
I almost forgot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give you a couple minutes. All rise for the jury. And you'll discuss after how much you want to get away. Getting better.
You're not going.
Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can report the jury that the courtroom will be in recess until we know what we're good. They consider the reason for this is that the jurors can actually ask questions now, and so we'll speak them to the jury and have any, and then they'll come back in. So you want to grab your water? That's all right. Well, let's talk about go back on record. Talk about the easement first. This question, actually from the jury, a couple of questions. So this is part of the meeting, and the questions are appropriate to do afterwards. Okay. The first one is, can you confirm that Eric was there for any of the community service events? That seems to be an appropriate question to the court. Anybody have any issue with that one?
No.
Thank you.
The second part is, have you, and I assume this would be about the witness, have you ever been in trouble with the law? That would be an inappropriate question, so the court would not ask that.
Concur. Concur.
You may have no criminal record. Get into it with them, I know it's inappropriate, but
Sure. I mean, I'm okay with that question.
Well, that's okay. The court rules are, so they win. It says we, I'm assuming it's supposed to be weird. Were you part of any of the Facebook groups that Eric or the Knolls were a part of? Did Eric try and get you to join these Facebook groups since you were friends? They didn't specify which groups they were referring to. I guess, Mr. Barnett, let me start with you and your position relative to those two questions.
I missed the very tip of your statement here.
Sure. It says we, but I think it's supposed to read, were you part of any of the Facebook groups that Eric or the Knolls were a part of? Did Eric try and get you to join these Facebook groups since you were friends? Those are two questions.
I think that's important.
Mr. Nadia,
That's your,
Mr. Sauer,
we echo brother councils.
okay, Mr. Ralston.
I don't see anything improper by the question. I mean, the question is about recruitment, basically. It seems to be, I don't know why that, it wouldn't be, certainly would qualify under relevance.
I don't know that it's irrelevant. I think the difficulty is without them naming which groups they were referring to, that would leave the court to have to decide which ones to ask about, which I don't feel comfortable doing, quite frankly. And I think it has the potential for just being very confusing. And so, in the court's mind, that has the potential for opening a can that, quite frankly, may just take us down a road that I don't know we need to go down or should go down and may not be appropriate. So, based on that, the court will not ask after those questions.
For the record, Your Honor, we would have not objected. We still don't object to that or questions.
Okay, that's noted for the record. And the final would be, at what point does training become offensive compared to defensive in a situation like a shoot house? How can you tell? I guess my initial thought is that that would require an expertise that has not been established here, and I'm not sure it would be appropriate for this witness, but Mr. Barnett.
We're open to any question really that the jury has about Mr. Lunsford's relationship with militia training competitions or Mr. Molitor.
Mr. Nunzio?
I believe the witness had already answered the question.
Mr. Step? Sorry, Mr. Nunzio, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
sorry, thank you.
Mr. Ralston?
I kind of agree with Mr. Nunzio. I do. I think he's already answered it.
The court would agree that that question has been asked in terms of, he described during his testimony both defensive aspects to the training. He described offensive aspects to the training. He was asked and provided testimony relative to how they may be intertwined and when certain things could cross over into the other one, so to speak. And in terms of at what point does training become offensive compared to defensive, I think the court, in the court's mind, he's answered that question probably as best as he can. If there was a tactics expert or something like that, it may be a different situation. But based on that, the court will not ask that question either. But certainly the comments of the attorneys are much for the record. So we'll bring them back in and then just pose the one question that the court will open. So all rise for the hearing. Oh, okay, that's fine. Folks are free to remain standing if they wish. You can stay seated.
Hey, and Judge, before we call the next witness, I'd ask you a separate record about the scope of her examination.
Okay.
Under 405.
Judge, we're gonna have to release the jury for the motion. We might as well do it now.
Well, the problem is that they're waiting to come back in, so we'll just take care of this, and then it's 10:15, so we'll give them an extended break after that. Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One of the questions that was requested. So, Mr. Lunsford, can you confirm that Eric was there for any of the community service events? I think if I understood your testimony correctly, you said that there were 3 events that stuck out in your mind.
Yes.
But for those 3 or any other of the community service events that you mentioned, was Mr. Molitor present for any of those?
Unfortunately, for the ones that I mentioned, it was long enough ago that I can't remember who exactly was there.
Okay. Any questions based on that of the jury for you, Mr. Barnett?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Nunzio?
No, thank you.
Mr. Seibert?
No, thank you.
Or Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
Okay, thank you very much for your attendance today, sir. You are smart, you're pretty good. And ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10:15, so we're gonna take our morning break at this time, so I'll see you until approximately 10:30. Okay? All rise for the Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect that there is other forum in here for you to answer. Mr. Burnett, not calling her at this time, but for the purposes of, I think Mr. Walton was asking me to place on the record, who's the next witness that will testify?
Eric's mother, Susan Molitor,
And the purpose of her testimony.
99% character trait identification.
Mr. Ralston, based on that, you had something that you wanted to place on the record.
Yeah, 405 kind of invites the court to inquire. It gets to scope, and what character trait is going to be allowed to be testified to during the course of her testimony. And we talked a little bit earlier in chambers. I mean, it sounds like peacefulness is a relevant character trait that she might be allowed to testify to. The other items that Mr. Barnett listed, I'm a little dubious about.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, let's start with what character traits that you believe would be admissible that she testify as.
Predominantly due to the charge that's involved here, Your Honor, that is relative to the intent and motive, peacefulness or violent nature. We assume her testimony will be of peacefulness.
Okay. Are there any other topic areas that would be covered by the testimony?
There would be caring, kindness, and compassion.
I'd object to those, Judge.
Okay. Any other?
Citizenship.
Objection.
What do you mean by citizenship?
His respect for the country, for government, for fellow citizens' rights. All a very positive side of Eric. It's not been brought out.
And caring, kindness, and compassion.
Yes. This would be not community. She probably has that too, but I would stick with or the witness's opinion based on her observations. And she's formed strong opinions.
Okay. Mr. Ramsey? Any comment?
No, we offer no comment.
Okay. Mr. Cyber, any comment?
No, thanks.
Mr. Ralston, in terms of all three of those, I know you noted some objections while I was listing them, but let's talk about all three and sure if you have objections to any of those.
Yeah, I'd object to the kindness, compassion, citizenship. I mean, we start to drift into 403 issues with, confusion, prejudice. It's confusion basically. I mean, he's a good person is really kind of what it goes to. And, the Michigan Rule of Evidence, talks about, an identifiable character trait. And I'm not sure that kindness, compassion, and citizenship, I've never heard of those as being a basis for opinion testimony under 405. I mean, it's usually peacefulness, truthfulness, very, limited scope items. And these sound real broad.
Okay. Mr. Barnett, any response?
I think they're traits that his mother can identify and that they should be all permitted.
I'll take the one at a time, and when I say one at a time, I'm considering, as I said, three. So the first one would be peacefulness, the second would be caring, kindness, and compassion, and the third would be citizenship. In terms of peacefulness, that's one that the court regularly sees. I don't have any issue with that. Certainly, that is a relevant character trait given the charge and charges in this case. In terms of caring, kindness, and compassion, quite frankly, other than her being his mother, I don't really know what that would have to do with the charges here, because any relation back to that would be peacefulness. I mean, it would be the same thing, and expanding into caring, kindness, and compassion has the definite ability to go above and beyond that and outside the scope of the charges here, so it will not allow that area, so to speak, to be explored. In terms of citizenship, the attitude towards the government has been one of the things that has been part of the prosecution's case in chief for all three of these individuals. So in terms of the group that's identified as citizenship, is any response to that, so to speak, so respect for government, those types of things, if that's what's meant by citizenship, that's perfectly appropriate in the court's mind. But anything beyond that would be outside the scope. Okay. Any questions about the course determinations? First to you, Mr. Barnett.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Nunzio or Mr. Sauer?
Okay.
Mr. Ralston?
No, sir.
Okay, what we'll do, let's take until 35, that way it gives a very natural break. So we start 10 minutes and then we'll come back.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I would like to call Susan Molitor at this time. What's your step? Step. Yeah.
And before you take a seat, ma'am, you please stop and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and take a seat for me. Once you get situated, ma'am, if you could start by telling us your full name and then spelling your last for the record.
My full name is Susan K. Molitor, Molitor.
Okay, and ma'am, just a couple of things that I went over with the last witness because it came up, and I'll go over them with you. So this nice young lady right here, she's typing every word that we say. And so it's a transcript on paper, so nodding and some of the kind of things that you do they don't translate well. So if you nod or say or either myself or one of the attorneys may say, is that a yes, is that a no? It's not meant to be accusatory, it's simply trying to make sure that the correct answer is placed on the record, okay? And the other part is that the room is very big, and we need everybody to be able to hear you, okay? So I think Mr. Barnett used the example before that I like, so that bar door, pretend that door has to be able to hear everything you say, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Barnett, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your address right now, Sue?
10274 South 39 Road, Cadillac, Michigan, 49601.
Okay, so you live in Cadillac or in the township area of Cadillac?
Yes,
And how long have you lived there?
I was born and raised in Cadillac and I'm 62.
Okay, wasn't going to ask that, but
It's okay.
thank you for sharing. And how many children do you have?
3.
And is Eric Molitor one of your 3 children?
Yes, he is.
And how old is he now, if you know?
39.
You have 2 other kids?
Yes,
Do any of those, or have any of those lived with you and Eric?
yes.
And just real quickly, who are your 2 other kids?
Amy and Jerry
Okay,
Molitor.
okay, and Jerry's in the courtroom today with you?
Yes,
And who's living currently with you at your home?
Amy, my daughter, and her son Xander, my grandson,
Okay. Anyone else that we know?
and Eric.
Okay. Back in 2019, I guess I'll go back to, who was living in your home at that time?
Eric and his son Aiden and his daughter Hazel.
Okay, so he had custody of his 2 children at that time.
Yes,
And where was the ex-wife, I assume?
she was,
Rachel?
her name is Caitlin,
Sorry.
and she was living in Grand Rapids.
All right. And they had shared custody at that time, or at least she'd have weekend visits, that sort of thing?
Yes, she had visitations, yes.
Okay. And anyone else living with you in 2019 in that home?
No,
What is your relationship, mom-son relationship? What has it been over Eric's life, and more recently as an adult? And the closer, the better in time as we are talking about this. What kind of relationship do you have with him?
family membership.
Okay. Is it close or distant?
Yes, our family is very close. Yes, we have very few members in our family, and yes, we are very close.
And if I asked your opinion on character traits or anything like that, you have a basis or background or foundation to have those, that bit of information? In other words, could you say anything about Eric's character, yes or no?
Yes,
What would you base that on? What your interactions, living together, that sort of thing?
yes, interaction with discussing certain topics and stuff, just knowing his viewpoint on things,
Okay, has he always lived with you?
on and off, not constantly.
I take it he was married before and lived elsewhere.
Yes,
Is that a yes? Okay, good job. And how many years has he been living with you since he presumably is divorced?
Since 2017.
Okay, is that when his divorce occurred?
Yes,
Finalized, actually?
yes.
And do you have enough background information to opine, in other words, provide an opinion as to Eric's peacefulness or violent nature, aggression? Basically, I'm looking for your opinion on peacefulness, but I have to give you an opening if you have an opinion. Do you have an opinion on Eric's character traits relative to peacefulness?
Yes.
And what have you, not necessarily observed, but you have an opinion based on a solid basis? Do you agree that do you believe that you have a solid basis to have an opinion?
Yes.
And how did you acquire that foundation to have that opinion?
Just watching him as he ages and he matures, and having conversation and discussing things, and the positives and the negatives about things, and through discussion.
Okay. Peacefulness versus violent nature. What would you indicate would be your opinion as to a character trait in that area that Eric may have?
I'm sorry, Mr. Reverend.
I don't blame you. Okay. Would your opinion be that he's a peaceful person?
Yes.
Tell me, without really getting into specific instances, in the general reasons, but do the best you can. Why do you have an opinion he's peaceful?
Because he has empathy for other people, and he is a caring. He cares about all people, like if they would be hurt or something, or if he can be of assistance to help. Like one time we had, may I explain, or?
You
No.
can proceed.
Okay. Like one time there was an elderly woman in our neighborhood that was missing, and the police came. They were checking around, asking the neighbors if they had seen her or anything. And Eric did not hesitate. He put his boots on and he went out in the back of our property line just to look for her, to help the officers. And he offered his assistance if there was anything else he could do to help out, like those types of things.
Okay. So he's a caring person. How about, danger, violence to others, any propensity in that regard or not?
No.
He has firearms, does he not?
Yes.
And if you know, as to having firearms, that could be looked at as being violent and or having an aggressive nature. Does he have a violent or aggressive nature?
No.
Is it relates to firearms?
No.
What is the firearm history in your family?
We come from a long line of veterans and hunters, and we believe that everyone that is a citizen here has constitutional rights, and that's one of them. I know a lot of people who have guns that do not have any ill intent to use them for any ill intent.
What purposes does he use guns for?
Judge, can we approach?
Let me go back.
Okay, thanks, Susan. And thank you, Your Honor. What is your opinion as to his character trait of peacefulness? Is he a peaceful person?
Yes,
And you've got that opinion by living with him,
yes,
talking to him,
yes,
seeing him on a daily basis?
yes.
Do you have any feelings or thoughts about his citizenship character traits?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Try not to touch on specific instances of conduct. How is he a good citizen or have citizenship traits that are positive or negative?
He is wanting to learn how the processes work, like board meetings and such, to become an active member in the community, to help from the township level to county level, just to give input.
Does he have an interest in government that is positive or negative?
Positive,
Without instances, but you have that opinion.
yes, that's,
And again, it's based on your interactions with him.
yes,
Does he, would your opinion be that he has respect or disrespect for government?
respect.
What else can you tell us about your opinion related to citizenship, if anything?
I believe, in my opinion, that he believes we have a very good process in our country, and that, like everything else, there's areas that are always there for improvement. And we do that by interacting. We do that by going to board members and discussing things with people.
Okay.
There's-
I don't have anything else. I think I've established what I wanted to. Thank you.
Mr. Mentor?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Walton?
Just a couple, Judge. Hey, Ms. Molitor, it was a tough day for you. Agreed?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Your son's 38 years old, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Grown man,
Yes, sir.
makes his own decisions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just, his relationships with other people, I mean, what do you know of his relationship with Adam Fox?
Other than Mr. Fox got him connected for the security job, that I know. I don't know much about that man at all or anything.
I understand. I mean, because of his age and he has his own relationships with other people that are kind of separate from the relationship you have with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate your time, ma'am. Thank you very much, Judge.
Mr. Burns?
So did you ever see Adam Fox come to your house at any time?
One time.
One time? Was that on August 29th, 2020, on
Yes, sir.
Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he in your house for?
To my knowledge, it was a very short time, maybe 20 minutes.
Anything happen unusual or out of step with that short visit?
Not with the people familiarized with, no, I wouldn't say that anything was out of sort.
Okay. Is that your only personal contact with Mr. Fox?
Yes, and that was very limited.
All righty. And do you recall when they came back that same day?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mentor?
No, thank you.
Mr. Sack?
No, thank you.
Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll excuse you for a brief moment to see if you have any questions. Just simply knock on us out. Okay, all rise.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone can be seated. The record can reflect the jury's out of here. Give them 1 minute to see if they have any questions. Have a seat if you wish, or stand.
They have no questions.
No questions. Before they come back in, it's just been told us that, so if they don't have any questions, Mr. Barnett, I'll review your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, anything we need to talk about prior to that, since they're already
I'm sorry,
No, that's not, I just was asking Mr. Barnett if there was anything we need to cover on the record prior to bringing the record back in, because we start with Mr. Knopper. Anything you, Mr. Nuncio, Mr. Shire?
we have
Mr. Barnett, anything of you?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ralston, anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Then, ma'am, if you don't mind just standing for a moment, I'll just formally excuse you in front of the jury so they know what's happening. All rise for the jury. Okay, everyone can be seated. And ma'am, it's my understanding that there is no any questions. So any objections to this witness being excused from the
No, Your Honor, thank you.
no objection. No objection.
No, sir.
Okay, ma'am, you are able to step down. You're also excused from your subpoena, which means the sequestration order will no longer apply to you. So you can be in court.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barnett, let me go back to you. Any additional witnesses for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next witness, please.
We would call to the stand. I would call, Your Honor, the defendant, one of the defendants, my defendant, Eric Molitor.
Okay. Mr. Mahler, if you would. In the process, sir, before you take a seat, if you stop and raise your right hand, do you swear that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat for me. And then once you get situated, sir, if you can just repeat your full name and spell your last name.
All right, my full name is Eric James Molitor. That's Molitor.
And this is Eric with a C or a K?
With a C.
Okay, and you've obviously heard the rules of the other witnesses that I've outlined, so I won't repeat those. But obviously, if anyone says is that a yes or a no, it's not meant to be accused for it. Simply okay.
Yes.
Mr. Barnett, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Eric, I understand you were living with your mother back in 2019, is that correct?
Yes, I was. Me and my 2 kids.
All right. And were you married or divorced at that time?
I was divorced at that time. I moved up from Grand Rapids and then that's how I ended up living with her again.
And what did you do with your spare time at that time of your life?
During that time, pretty much just hung out with my kids as much as possible, worked, and I was kind of invested in militias at that time.
Say what?
Kind of invested in militias.
Okay. Your mother's just testified about some personality or character traits, rather.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with her opinion?
I do agree, yeah.
Okay. Was your mother retired at that point, or was she still working?
She was retired.
Where did she work?
She worked at the Department of Health and Human Services in Wexford County.
And she said, I believe, indicated there's a history in your family of veterans.
Veterans, 2A supporters. Yeah, my grandfather owned his own gun business. My brother now he's not in the courtroom now, but he has his own gun business. I grew up around them.
He's actually has an occupation in guns.
My brother?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, he's FFL,
What's that mean?
federal firearm licensee, I believe.
Okay.
He can sell firearms.
Were you at that time and still a Second Amendment supporter?
Yes,
And you were a gun owner at that time?
yes.
Are you a person who would vote?
Yes.
Are you a person, did you vote in the governor's election? And
I actually did, yes. I voted for Governor Whitmer and for AG Nessel when they first came around.
okay. And why would you feel it's important to vote?
Well, especially knowing what I know now, it's up to every individual to be, again, use the word, to be invested in your system. It's actually set up where each individual makes a difference. So it's important to get involved, be involved. The more you know about your system, the more you can do in it, obviously.
You have a attitude or position about government, or did you at that time?
Yes.
And I'm going to sort of talk about throughout this whole time, 2019, until your arrest date, basically.
Yes.
What were your feelings about government during that time?
There was a lot going on. I'm sure everybody can remember what was going on. There was a lot of upheaval. We're watching a lot of Black Lives Matters rallies get turned into riots, and Antifa was there. We were watching the government. They were pretty much having to be told to stand down. They weren't able to do anything about this stuff. This was, you said 2019, 2020?
Yeah.
So that brings up COVID as well. Obviously, we all know about COVID. So, there were the lockdowns. There was just so much going on. There was a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Okay, what were your feelings about government during that time?
I guess scared that they weren't able to do what I felt they needed to do, to get a hold on, the riots and whatnot. I felt like they were starting to come after some of our rights a little more aggressively than they had been previously.
Okay.
I guess to clarify this, I still like government. I like government. We need government, obviously. I just think that people need to get more involved and kind of rein it in a little more. That's what I stand on it.
Did you said they're taking rights away. We talking about Second Amendment rights, for example?
Second Amendment rights, First Amendment rights. I felt like for a while there, your ability to travel, I guess that's one way. Yes, yeah. We felt like some of our rights were under attack.
Did you have any involvement with government? Your mom mentioned, I think, township or county in 2019, 2020, or?
So while I was teaching myself about our system, how it works, I found out about something called the Board of Commissioners, which is really awesome. It's a board of people from your local area. You can go and talk to them, voice your concerns and whatnot. So I was actually able to go and push the Second Amendment resolution for Wexford County, which passed 9-0 to our board. That was pretty cool.
Okay, so you had some involvement with your local county board.
Sure did.
Sounds like you presented a resolution for their consideration,
Yes, I did.
and it passed 9-0.
Yes.
And what was the resolution? What was the flavor of that?
The resolution was a two-way sanctuary county for Wexford. Pretty much if there were laws or rules which become laws that are brought up, which we would consider anti-gun or anti-two-way, it would not be effective. The premise was that we would not accept it. It was not legally binding. It's just a resolution. So it was just more like, hey, here's where we stand. Don't bring it here.
Okay.
Yes.
And how did you feel about that process?
I actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It was nice to see how easy it is to, like I said, a local government. You don't have to call people in Lansing. Like, it's right in your area. It's really cool how that works. So I enjoyed it.
And are you a pro-government or anti-government person?
Pro-government. Yep.
How about law enforcement?
I am pro law enforcement. I just wish that they would kind of weed out the bad guys more instead of standing up for them.
Okay.
But
So you get mixed feelings about that.
Yes, I do.
That probably is going on in the country as well, hasn't it been?
Yes.
Right or wrong? You talked about some relatives, your mother did, veterans, hunters, that sort of thing, in your relationship with guns in your family.
Yes.
Did you have a grandpa that lived in Cadillac or in that area?
Yes.
And what was going on with him while you were growing up?
While I was growing up, like I said previously, he had owned his own business, his own FFL business. So he was a gun and knife dealer. So again, I grew up around this stuff. It's not uncommon for me at all. There's nothing scary about guns to me, any of that stuff.
Okay.
It pretty much came from him. I didn't have a father growing up, so he was my father figure. So I learned a lot from him, watching him, listening to him.
What about your relationship with firearms?
I guess I don't really understand the question.
Do you own firearms?
Pardon?
Do you own firearms?
I did, yes. Yep, I own many.
What was the status before your arrest relative to and leading up to that?
I don't understand the question again.
What kind of firearms did you have prior to your arrest and why?
Prior to that, I had quite a few pistols, a couple of pistols, some rifles, and I had them for all sorts of reasons. So obviously, I was in a militia, or I was related to militia groups at that time. The competitions that I was involved in required us to have the weapons, and also for self-defense. Police are great, but you don't always have them in your back pocket. However, you literally can't have a gun on you. So,
Were you a person that carried how often would you carry your firearm?
I carried it everywhere. If there wasn't a metal detector, it was on me.
And if there's a metal detector?
Well, then obviously you can't take it in that place, and it needs to come off.
How about if there's rules that have to do with where you can bring it or not?
Wow. Well, I guess if you have to ask that, I would still take it in. Bad guys don't listen to rules. So if they have a firearm in there, just because I'm not allowed to have one, doesn't mean they're not going to take one in. And if something's going to happen, it's most likely going to happen in an area where weapons are not permitted. So if there was not a metal detector, I would still take it in. I'm sure that's not the answer you were looking for. But.
Okay. So you understand you're sworn in today.
Yes, sir.
You're going to give honest testimony.
Yes, sir.
And how do you feel about that?
Oh, I love it.
How do you feel about the trial that's been going on for 3 weeks?
I can't believe the stuff I've been seeing in here.
Hold on. I'll retract that. Let's go back to your firearms.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose to have firearms at that time?
At that time, it was for all three reasons that I already previously stated. So it was for militia, for competitions, and also for self-defense. I was also in private security at that time, and that did require a firearm. I love how it keeps getting downplayed that it was just a doorman at Menards or Walmart. The reason that we were hired was because employees, regular people, were getting shot and stabbed as people to wear those masks. So that's why we were there. It was not some small doorman job.
Okay, we'll get back to that. Did you hear Mr. Lunsford's testimony this morning?
I sure did.
And did he accurately reflect your involvement in trainings during that time period?
To the best of his recollection, yes, he did.
Were you involved in any other trainings during that time?
There's all sorts of training. So not just with that group, I was involved with a whole bunch of training. Anytime I could get training, I wanted training. Typically you have to pay a lot of money to get firearms training. So any chance you get to get free training instead of paying $500,000, yeah, I would jump on that.
Were you ever in a militia?
I had been in militias previously, yes.
What were those and when was that?
I don't know what you mean by what were those, but they were back, I want to say end of 2017. 2018 is when I first got into militias. The first one I joined was actually with Lane. We changed names 3 times, so I don't know how you count how many militias you were in, but it was like one with 3 names. And then I think I tried joining one after that, and then I was kind of kaput until Adam asked me about the second Continental.
Okay, so did you leave those militias that you were in with Lane and or others?
I left being like a part of the group. Yes.
Why did you leave? Pull out?
So you get around a whole bunch of, to me, I guess it might sound inappropriate. It's a bunch of fat white dudes that just want to be spec ops. That's my opinion on it. They want to go out and play Army. And to me, that's not appropriate. Militia should be ran. It should be ran better than that. There's more than just going out pulling a trigger at targets. Like Lane had talked about, there's also the survival aspect. And I mean, I could go on forever about that sort of stuff. But
So what were your feelings when you left? Why'd you leave?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, just because I was sick of like people showing up and a lot of mouth running, I think you guys would call it chest beating.
Okay. So that's not all that unusual?
Oh, no, it was constant. Every gathering I was a part of, the groups I had been around, even all the other groups, there was always people running their mouths about how tough they were, what they've done, lying about being in the military, like all sorts of stuff all the time. You just had to deal with that to be able to get down to the good core group of people or the good core group of training.
Were you ever in the military?
No, it was not.
Did you ever apply?
I did. When 9/11 happened, I went down and tried getting in. Yep.
How'd that turn out for you?
Well, I passed the ASVAB, but I wasn't as heavy as I am now, but I was still too big to get in, so I didn't lose the weight in time.
Okay. So you were rejected or what?
Yes, sir.
Is that what it is? How old were you at that time?
I want to say 18.
When did you get out of militia groups membership?
Oh, honestly, it didn't take too long, probably a year or two after I started. I want to say a year. I wasn't too keen on them.
Were you, well, what year?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest with
Well, maybe you can reflect back. Were you a member of the Wolverine Watchmen?
you. No, I was not.
Were you a member of the MLM,
No,
the Michigan Liberty Patriot Three Percenters,
no,
the Michigan Home Guard?
no.
So basically, that one you were in was with Lane.
Yes.
Were you in any others besides that?
I want to say there was one other one. It doesn't. No, that was a prepper group. So I wouldn't consider it militia. I guess it was a prepper group.
What is a prepper group?
Prepper group's almost like a militia, except for there's a lot less shooting. Like we pretty much there was not going to be any shooting, other than for hunting purposes. But it was more like prepper. So kind of hoarding supplies, learning how to forage. So it was like more along the lines of survival. Again.
And you trained.
Yes.
Is that something you enjoyed or not so much with the work it takes?
I liked the majority of it. Obviously, being bigger, a lot of the techniques and tactics are really difficult for somebody my size to pull off, especially when you're trying to work with other people and you got to kind of move around. But yeah, no, I loved it. It was great. It was really cool. The camaraderie is pretty cool.
Competitions?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's always fun to get together when you have, an interest and you find other people that have the same interest, be able to get together and kind of compete against each other. I only did the one official competition, but many competitions within, like when you get together with militia groups, you would just compete even between groups or within your own group to see kind of who's the best.
And the reason you were in these militia groups or your mindset to be in that was relative to weapons?
Oh, why I wanted to be in militia groups?
Yeah.
I wanted to be in militia groups because I wanted to feel more secure in my area. I was having a lot of anxiety and issues, not knowing, like if something happens, who do you go to? Who do you turn to? Like I said, we're watching police and whatnot. Certain times, especially being kind of run over. So where do you go? What do you do? Then I found out militias.
Were the groups that you were in pro or anti-law enforcement?
So I don't think the groups really, in my experience, didn't really put out whether they were pro-government or anti-government. It was more, can you ask that question again so I can?
Well, were the groups that you were in pro or anti-government?
Okay. Yeah, they didn't really promote themselves one way or the other. I guess I would say more pro-government. Like Lane said, we kind of put ourselves in a position, as they kindly pointed out, to supplement the police, not to supersede or get in their way. We were there to help. And we did that on our own, at our own risk, out of our own pocket.
Same question as to law enforcement, the groups that you were in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What is, the groups, the militia groups you were in, what was their general attitude or position about law enforcement, pro or anti?
Obviously, pro law enforcement.
These weren't police haters,
Nothing people, no.
You, I think, mentioned the Michigan Regiment of the Second Continental Army. What was
Pretty
that?
long name.
What was that? Did I get it right?
I have no idea. I don't know. That's a pretty long name. I believe that's the first militia that Adam talked to me about, that he said he was trying to, is that the one you're referring to?
Let me start over. And it is in June of 2020. Is that the page you joined?
I did join a page. That sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to jump back. March was brought up as sort of a relevant date with regard to Dan, CHS Dan, and his involvement.
In March?
March of 2020.
Okay.
Were you in any militia at that time?
No.
Did you know at that time any of these Wolverine Watchmen, Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Paul Ballard, just to name three?
No, I did not know them.
Do you know where they're from?
No.
Did you know about any of the information that was brought up relative to them threatening law enforcement or legislators or anyone at all?
No, sir. As far as they're concerned, I didn't know any of their involvement until I was already in jail reading the reports that you sent me.
Okay. So when did you come into contact or meet or see Adam Fox?
Okay, so that was end of 2019, beginning of 2020, I want to say. Beginning of 2020. All right. I was part of that prepper group. I had mentioned the Michigan Civil Defense Force, and that was a prepper group. It was Wexford County and surrounding counties. And the guy who set it up, I thought it was pretty smart. So that was so that if anything started happening, we would get information before it got to Wexford so we could be proactive on stuff. Anyways, this was during the beginning of COVID and the lockdown orders had come in. So we were trying to respect that, and we had online trainings instead of showing up in person. And even though Adam wasn't a part of Wexford surrounding counties, he's part of Grand Rapids. He was on that for some reason. That was my first time seeing him.
Okay, you talked about an online training.
Yes, sir.
What the bottom line was there?
Oh, so the training was for an IFAC, or medical training. I was actually running a class. IFAC stands for Individual First Aid Kit. And that is I'm so sorry.
You're going a little fast, and it's ironic coming from me, but just.
Yeah. We get on topics I like, and I just go. Oh, where do you need me to restart?
Listening to the question and answering the question also. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep an eye on her fingers. If they're moving too fast, please slow down.
Okay.
The training for the IVAC medical training.
For the IFAC?
Let's go back to let's make a clear record here. You were doing an online training,
Yes, sir.
and for what group?
That was for the Michigan Civil Defense Force.
And what group is that?
That's the prepper group.
And
Ken's group.
who started the prepper group?
Ken, I think Barney's his last name.
Okay. Did you have involvement in the leadership or any position in the prepper group?
No.
Okay, where was this located out of?
That was located in Wexford,
Okay,
in Cadillac.
and that's the group that kind of had a regional touch and warning system set up?
They had a buffer zone around Cadillac. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you did training.
Yes.
What did you train online?
Oh, that was the IFAC.
Can you give those initials?
Yep, IFAK, Individual First Aid Kit.
Alrighty. And how does that get publicized or out there?
What do you
How
mean?
does that get shared with others so they would come on and zoom in and be your students?
So Ken was actually the leader of the group, so they were on his page, so he just put out, we're gonna have a training. We
Okay,
had training.
and was that group positive or negative influence type of militia group?
They were actually really positive people.
Okay, so you were training
Yes.
online, you did Zoom at that time?
Zoom, whatever service we use, yes.
Okay, do you recall the date of the first sighting of Adam Fox?
It was in March or April. I do not remember the exact date.
Okay, that's when how did you know Adam Fox?
I did not know him.
And what did you see that day that tells you that's the first time you saw Adam Fox?
Well, because I saw his face, and that was the first time I had seen his face.
Okay, so how many people were in that Zoom meeting with you?
So there was Adam and his girlfriend Amanda, and I want to say there was 6 other people besides them.
Okay, and you were teaching them how are you qualified to teach somebody these first aid kit issues?
I'm not really qualified to teach anybody this. I've studied on my own. The things that I find interest in, I just study on my own. I also went through EMT basic class. I did not pass, however, so that's my medical training.
Okay, so you're not certified to be an EMT, EMS
No.
person?
No.
And you were offering what bits of, or information you knew about topics? What did you train or teach on that occasion?
So it would have been the bits and pieces of the IFAC kit, which would have consisted of a tourniquet, combat gauze, NPA, actually, there's a needle for chest decompression. It's Band-Aids.
Okay, Band-Aids for what?
Well, if you got something coming out of you, you typically want that to stay in. So whatever you want to stay in, you would cover it with a bandage, with gauze, bandage, and stuff like that. So keep the inside stuff in, the outside stuff out.
Anything continue with a relationship or any contact with Adam Fox out of that?
We not out of that really. The next time I saw him, I recognized his face and I went and shook his hand.
Okay. Did you have a militia name over the years?
Yes.
Nickname, handle?
It was Barricade for the prepper group. Yes.
Okay. What barricades means what?
Well, barricade means to block something off so somebody can't get in.
Okay. Is that because you're a bigger person?
I was going to say it's because I'm obviously large. Yes.
These militia groups, did you observe illegal conduct that you would perceive as illegal or not so?
No.
Do you believe there's a relationship to the Constitution with militias or not?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Tell me about that.
Well, they're part of it actually mentions militias in the Constitution. And not just that, but also just being a natural born citizen of the U.S., especially for males, puts you in the position of being in the militia. It's not like the organized, like we got a name militia, but.
And how are these, in general, the militia people? Are they chill? Are they like watching around the corner? What's their?
There's a lot of paranoia. Once you get inside of the groups with other people, I believe a lot of it is show. People are trying to, people are after me. The government's after me. You hear all the time from people.
So there's some paranoia that you've observed?
There's a lot of paranoia, yes.
Did you have any involvement with a civil defense force at any time in that time period?
I sure did. So this was in 2020. I started a civil defense force with a friend from Cadillac because we were watching how police were being overrun. So again, we started our own group to supplement, to help out. We had heard the Antifa and BLM rallies, protests were coming up our way, and after seeing what was happening in other areas, we decided to get a group around to help protect our community, our businesses and our homes and our people.
And what is that, an offensive or a defensive?
That's defensive, 100%. We weren't there just to protect our community. We were there also for the people, for the rally and the protests. You have every right to do rallies and protests, and I don't need to agree with you. It doesn't matter what my beliefs are on that. I will protect your rights. So there's people on our side that are more aggressive, and we would also shut them down, leave them alone, back away.
Did you do any community activities at all in the militia with Lane Lunsford?
With Lane specifically, I did. Unfortunately, he didn't remember. That's too bad. But I did go to Muskegon with him that time he was talking about in Muskegon. And I stood with him down there. They were supposed to have BLM and Antifa show up there. And they actually did show up. Antifa did show up.
And were there any problems there?
They're very minor because, like he said, there's hundreds of people out lining the streets. So it was a huge deterrence. They did send scouts down the streets a couple of times. Let's see, there were like bricks found and backpacks full of stuff found. And they did try to set a dumpster on. Get to do anything to Walmart.
What kind of clothing or gear or kit do you wear if you go to this type of thing?
What I wore, I did not dress down. I dressed up. I wore everything that I could. So I had my my plate carrier on me. I had my rifle slung on me. I had extra magazines. I had my pistol on my side. I had my medic kit, of course. The flex cuffs.
Did you have to use any of those things?
I did not. Nope.
What do you have that gear for?
That is for defensive purposes, of course. So the weapons, again, deterrence. If you see something and you're like, that looks scary, you kind of stay away from it, and it did work. The cuffs, just in case we had to restrain anybody until the police could show up. That way you don't have to physically manhandle somebody the whole time.
Did you go to other events like that and present yourself?
I went to other events and kind of stood guard. I kind of interjected myself. Nobody asked me to go. I was not a part of anybody else's groups. I just like to watch over and make sure people are safe doing things that they're allowed to do, really.
Let's get back to your Michigan Defense Force. Is that what that was called, the Civilian Defense Group that you had?
It was a civilian defense force, correct?
And how many times did that group go out for, if they did, Antifa or destructive Black Lives Matter protesters?
Oh, I'm sorry, that group. I thought you meant Ken's group. My group only went out the one time.
Which was when?
I do not remember the date.
And where was it?
That was in Cadillac, down at the park.
Okay, that was your group?
Yes.
Was there any violence there?
There was no violence there, no.
And why was that happening in Cadillac?
There was an individual, Travis, I don't remember his last name, but he had some interactions with the police. He felt it was because of his skin color, because he was black. So he had been in touch with BLM, and they decided they were going to have a rally up in Cadillac.
Was there a rally?
Yes, there was.
Was that possibly in June of 2020?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Were there any problems at the rally either way?
There were no problems, no.
Do you know if other cities had rallies, protests, get-togethers for Antifa and BLM?
They were all over the state, yes, sir.
And how would you characterize, at least your state of mind, your understanding of both?
The ones that stand out in my mind are obviously the ones that stand out for a reason. So the ones I'm thinking of are the ones where they were actually destroying stuff, and setting things on fire, overturning police cars, things like that.
Do you know that was going on in Michigan?
Yes.
Other states?
Yes, that was happening in other states as well.
Cities and other states were being taken over, if that's the word.
That Minnesota, I believe, had some, especially after the George Floyd incident. Neosha, Washington. And then here in Michigan, there was Grand Rapids. I don't remember if Lansing was attacked or not.
All right.
I believe Grand Rapids had some.
What happened with your defense force?
Well, so what happened with it, we ended up making a Facebook page. Obviously, that's how you connect these days, right? And so we just kind of put it out there to the community. They were attracted to it. We ended up having a police liaison. Is it okay for me to talk about this?
Well, good.
I don't want to overrun.
Okay, go ahead. What happened with your defense force?
Okay.
That's the question.
Yeah. We ended up working alongside the police. We had a police liaison who would take information that we were gathering. And we would give it to him. He would run it to his people, and he would come back. Yes, that's legitimate. No, it's not. So we would know how to act as well. We also there were uniforms, so that obviously for being easily identified. They were given bylaws by the police, so anybody that stood wearing that uniform, they were told how they could and could not act. It was set up very professionally. It was awesome.
So what was the role of the person that was the liaison? And who was that?
Duff Luter. Yeah, he was a former sheriff. He also trained their canines for a while there. Him and his wife did. He was the police liaison. So like I said, he would take information that we got and we'd run it through him. And he would tell us, yes, that's actionable, or no, it's not actionable.
There'd just be a line of communication there?
Oh, yes. Yep.
His role, what was his role as that moved forward with your defense force?
So when I started this with Kelsey, Duffy was brought on as the liaison. He ended up taking over the group. I'm not quite sure how that all happened. I was working a lot for Sam at that time, doing the private security. So I was all over. I even went out of state a couple of times. So yeah, he just kind of took over the group, I guess.
Okay. And let me get back to Adam Fox. You saw him probably a second time somewhere, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I, again, don't remember the date, but it was at Rosa Parks Circle. It was for another rally. And I was up there. This was one of those rallies. I was kind of injecting myself into security, looking over the crowd, and I saw Adam out there. He's got a very recognizable face. And I was like, hey, I saw the guy online. So I went over and I shook his hand. That's what you do when you meet somebody.
Did you see anybody else there?
I did. I saw the MLM guys. So the Knowles were up there standing security, making sure everybody was safe. Bill Robinson was there. And honestly, those are the only guys that I know. I don't really know people.
Okay. Where were they standing?
They were also up at the front, so they were at the stage looking out over the crowd.
Who else?
They could see.
Who else was there on the stage?
Darrell Leaf was there. He's a sheriff for Genesee County, I believe.
Okay. Was that your first sighting of the Knoll brothers?
No, I've seen them around. It's just you bump into people here and there, and they definitely stand out. So
Okay. So what happened again in Grand Rapids? You said you went up, shook his hand, said hello,
yes,
and then
that was it. I went back and stood in line.
and the reason you were down there in the first place was?
Just to interject myself into security and also to just be a part of it.
And what were you wearing that day?
Full kit, again, everything. So the plate carrier, the rifle, the pistol, all the magazines. I believe I had actual handcuffs on me that day, not the flex cuffs.
Why do you have handcuffs, flex cuffs, things like that?
So again, those are all for restraining. It's obvious. You put people in them to stop them from moving around freely. And that would be for defensive purposes, security purposes, when we're standing at, in cities to help these people out.
Were these rallies for BLM, Antifa, COVID, Second Amendment? What's going on?
So all of that. It was the ones that I went to for myself. They were for the Second Amendment, typically, and the COVID lockdowns. Those are the ones I was interested in.
What were your feelings about the government's response to COVID and whether that was overreaching or not, or appropriate?
Oh, you had to ask us how I felt about it. It was definitely overreaching, yes. That's how I felt about it. That you don't have the right to tell somebody, what they can and can't do. It's again, I don't know how far I'm allowed to go answering questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So nobody should have to tell you, to wear a mask if it's for your safety. That should be up to you, how you feel. You're going to conduct your own safety.
And what did you think about your constitutional rights and that status at that time?
I see things a lot as slippery slopes. So something that somebody would look at and be like, that's not a big deal. You're right. This probably isn't, but that's the start of a slippery slope. It always starts somewhere. And so I'm worried about these small laws and rules that come in that open the door for bigger laws and rules to infringe on our rights.
Were you ever a protester for that position? In other words,
I was actually active a couple of times as a protester, so in the crowd, yes.
okay, is that different than standing guard?
Yes, definitely.
How do you dress when you're a protester?
A couple of times I did go full kit, still went full kit. The first time I actually went to I guess you call it a protest, I went gray man, or I dressed down. So I looked like this, except for I had a pistol on me. And that's when I went to Lansing, went to the Capitol and actually talked to the representatives about red flag laws.
Okay.
Yep.
And were red flag laws part of the constitutional resolution is what you did with the county?
It was a part of it in that we don't want it. So it did bring it up and we said, please don't do that.
Okay, and we being,
People like me and like-minded individuals. So I don't know names, but we packed that courthouse. So.
in Wexford County?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Bill, sir, can I ask you to get my water?
sure.
Thanks, man.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was gonna say we should take a break, if we're gonna have to go a little past noon anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you know, with lunch timing, I have a meeting at 1:30 that I have to be a part of, and I want to give you my excuse to make sure it doesn't go too long, so we have to come back. So we'll probably take lunch 12:30, 12:45-ish, Mr. Barnett, just so you're aware too, where you are. So why don't we take a 10-minute break, come back at 1:45.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, the record can reflect that there's a courtroom, take a 10-minute break, come back at 1:45. Anything for anybody before we do that? Nope, okay, we'll see you in 10 minutes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's fine. No worries. Let's start from that closest to those doors.
He's out.
This was there. I was like, can I pick it out? Because I wish I liked it because apparently it's good for you.
He knows there's something.
Anything before we go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, sure. Ms. Barnett, anywhere between 12:30 and 12:45.
Okay,
You get to this spot, you think it's appropriate.
all righty.
Just let me know.
Thank you.
Our lives are in your hands.
I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe County Commissioner, maybe get together today? No comment? Judges meeting. I see a lot of judges around here today. Who's one?
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Barnett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Eric, I'm going to take a little side trip here. Looks like you have some tattoos. Is that correct?
I do.
Can you tell me what your tattoos are?
The ones on my knuckles, they say God loves.
What's that?
God loves.
Okay.
And I got some crosses on the, I guess you call it the web of the thumbs. This tattoo was actually for a girl. That was
Mr.
young.
Molitor, if you could start, Mr. Barnett, if you're going to point to a specific part like you did with your knuckles, you could just say what part of your body you're pointing to so that it's part of the body.
All right.
Thank you.
My right forearm and hand has a tattoo for me and the girl. My right forearm up by the elbow has an old band tattoo. All this stuff on my left arm is called flash. So just stuff that was up on the wall. When I was young, I'd go in and be like, that looks really cool. Throw it on me. So all that and that. It's
And that's on your left arm up
my
to,
left arm. Yes, sir.
kind of half asleep up your left arm.
Oh, half a sleeve. Yes.
Almost up to your what, shoulder?
It goes. Yeah, it goes all the way up to here. Oh yeah, that's just another flash piece.
What's a flash piece?
Just stuff that's on the wall when you go into a tattoo parlor.
It's on the high part of your left shoulder,
Yes, sir.
your left.
Yes.
And God loves was where?
That's on across all my knuckles and my fingers.
Do you have any militia, anti-government, anti-police, pro, anything tattoo?
No.
Any here? tattoo, like "We're coming for you" or "We hate government," anything like that?
No, sir.
Are those common in militia groups, that kind of thing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you're 39?
39, yes.
So does that make you, with my fuzzy math, 36 back in 2020?
That would be correct.
All right. And you said you were working at that time?
Yes, sir.
Where did you work?
I was working for Sam Riley. I was doing private security.
And before that, in 2019?
Crap, what was I doing? I really don't remember as I sit here.
Okay. So I assume Sam Riley was introduced to you by somebody else.
Yes, Adam Fox hooked me up with Sam Riley. Yes.
Okay. So I guess we better go back and talk about Adam Fox. You saw him on Zoom, then you went to the Grand Rapids Rosa Parks Circle area,
Correct.
and you saw him there, shook his hand.
Yep.
And what was your very next contact with Mr. Fox?
I really couldn't tell you the next contact we had. I guess we just kind of stayed in touch here and there. I remember sending him pictures. We had ran some pictures we got through Duff Luter, our liaison. He said that, yes, these are legitimate. So I sent the pictures down to Adam, and I asked him if he had seen these vans or heard any of the stuff I had been hearing. He said no. I told him to keep his ears open.
What do you mean, vans?
So, and the people who were doing the riots, burning stuff down, they were going to the cities that they were destroying, and they were in outlying areas, staying in hotels and motels was the information we got, which was confirmed. So that's...
Okay, so you were communicating with them. How did you communicate with them? Facebook, email, text?
Sorry.
Facebook?
Yes, sir. Facebook was a big part of it, and then through just regular text at that point.
How'd you get his telephone number?
Probably through Facebook.
How'd you find him on Facebook, or did he find you?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Okay, is this personal Facebook? Eric's mom?
I'm sorry, it's through Ken's group.
Okay, let's talk about Ken's group.
Yes, sir.
What's Ken's group?
Ken's group was the Michigan Civil Defense Force, and that was the prepper group.
Let's talk about the word prepper.
Okay.
I know preppers, but I don't know that everybody does. It's family members. How about a prepper? What's that mean?
Prepper to me is somebody who so prepper means to be prepared. You know, somebody who gets prepared for stuff. Typically what you're getting prepared for would be like a grid down scenario where there's no communication, no police, no help, no nothing. So you kind of prep for you and yours, you and your family and close friends if they're close enough. That would be my interpretation of a prepper.
Okay, so prepper group with Ken,
Yes.
and was Adam in that group as well, if you know?
He was, like I said, he was on that video.
Yep.
The thing we did. I don't know if he was a part of it.
Okay, and did you train with the prepper group?
I had done some stuff with Ken, just me and him. I didn't actually train with the group. I would help set up trainings for when he had all the other people come together.
Okay, that's how you feel maybe you got in touch with Adam and then through Facebook?
Yeah. Yes.
And what month was that you first saw him at Rosa Parks? Was that in May of 2020? If you know?
It was April or May, yes.
Okay, and when did you get into a Facebook relationship, so to speak, or at least you had contact through Facebook?
Probably shortly after we had the online training. It seems like we stayed in touch after that.
Before or after Rosa Parks in Grand Rapids?
Well, that was before.
What was before?
The prepper group was before.
Okay. Okay. So any other communications back and forth other than sharing some information about vans and so forth at hotels and motels with Adam Fox?
There was nothing that really stood out to me. I guess to me, it wouldn't have stood out. He did ask me if I wanted to join a militia of his. I think it was called, that was the 2nd Continental Army Militia.
Okay. Is that the group I brought up?
I believe so,
Earlier?
yeah. It's hard to keep all the names together, especially when people keep changing the names.
Michigan Regiment of the 2nd Continental Army.
Okay. There we go.
What's your relationship with them? Active? Facebook?
Facebook, I guess.
Did you join a Facebook at some point?
There was a Facebook page that represented them, correct?
Okay, did you see that as part of the evidence in this case that you joined this militia?
I know they claim that I joined a militia, yes. Joining the page is not joining a militia.
What is joining a militia?
So that's where it has been talked about patching in. So just because you are allowed to even come train, for example, at first you're not even a part of the militia, that specific group. You have to be vetted, you have to actually show up, and then you'll be patched in. That's when you actually become a part of a militia, an organized militia.
So did you have you talked about security work.
Yes.
Why are you doing security work?
Oh man, because I needed a job. This was during COVID. At this point in time, I was actually just nickel and diming it, trying to find what I could to make some money. And then when Adam got a hold of me and asked if I wanted to cover a gig for him, so he could go to a meeting, I was like, well, heck yeah, I do. Asked him what it was. He said private security. That's money. That is so much money. But more than I've ever made.
What do you mean?
That was like thousands of dollars a week. It was awesome. I've never had that.
Why would you get paid so much?
Because of the danger involved.
Okay.
It's not a typical, you don't just wake up one day and, you go out and I'm just going to do security today. Like there's a lot of danger involved.
Did you see a future in that work?
I did. Yes, I did.
In what way?
So eventually I was hoping that I'd be able to stay with these guys long enough, get some sort of resume built up to where I would be able to open my own security business. They were actually starting to talk to me about moving up, so I wasn't just doing door guard. They were talking to me about pretty big stuff.
Okay, we talked about Sam Riley, or at least you brought that up. Who's Sam
I'm
Riley?
sorry, yeah, Sam Riley and his partner Doc.
Okay, you said they, so that's Sam and Doc?
Yes, sir.
And who are these people?
They are U.S. Marshals.
Where are they from?
Sam is from Ohio. I don't know that much about Doc.
Okay, and these folks were people that hired you, or Sam was?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And how did you get a referral from Adam Fox? What was your relationship at that time? Give us a little time frame and background on that, please.
I don't know how to say what type of relationship we had. I mean, between me and Adam, we talked here and there, and like I said, the one time I passed information down to him. A lot of the conversations that we had, I don't even remember. Like I'm hearing things on tapes. I'm like, hey, that's new.
So how did the job opportunity come up?
That was, like I said, I was driving and Adam called and he's like, I got a meeting to go to. It's out of state and I can't do this gig. He's like, you need a job. It's like, yeah, I need a job. So he hooked me up with Sam and it was all over after that.
Can he tell you what kind of meeting he was going to?
He said it was a national militia meeting. Yes.
Okay. Is that good, bad, indifferent? What's that mean?
I'm indifferent on something like that. There was no context placed on it other than it's a national militia get together, which is not the first one I've heard of either. So.
Okay, so that wasn't unusual.
For me, no, it was not.
And what were you doing to prepare for your security future?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Well, do you have gear? Were you in training? What do you do to become a security business owner?
Well, even before I had the security job, I was already in line with some of the things that would line up with that sort of job. And I already had a lot of gear that could pertain to that. I already had some skills that could pertain to that. But because of that, I really wanted to get more skills. The higher you move up, the more skills you have, the higher you move up, the higher, the more money just follows. So that's what I wanted to do.
How about gear?
I had lots of gear.
What was your gear for? That the police arrested you and they came in your house, right?
Yep.
They went through your car.
Yes, they sure did.
And took your things, so to speak.
Yes, they did.
And what did you have that gear for as it relates to either security or militia purposes?
So for the militia stuff, I had the majority of my stuff before the security gig. Like I said, the things I was doing previously kind of lined up for that job. But a part of the militia, being defensive as if you are attacked or whatever, you want body armor, right? So you want the gear. That's the plate carrier with the plates. Even soft armor, something's better than nothing. So that's why I would have that. The helmet, because I can. It was sitting there at the shop. I was like, when do you ever see ballistic helmet? So that's why I bought that. And they actually did get used by somebody I was protecting down in Kentucky. One of the crewmen, camera crewmen, ended up wearing the ballistic helmet and my plate carrier because I had multiple. So I was able to actually help the client out, make him feel safer.
Make them feel safer?
Oh, yes. Yeah, you feel safe when you're wearing that stuff. A lot safer. That's for sure.
I think you did say you went out of state. Just give us a rundown on the jobs you did for Sam Riley.
So the majority of the jobs I did started off being a doorman at Menards. I moved into Walmart. And then during these times, I'd also be called to different jobs, I guess. Like one was down in Monroe, that's down on the border. And that was just protecting a facility from this employee who had threatened to come and do a lot of damage to the place and to the people. So Sam was down there personally, and he had a crew, and we protected that. Then in Kentucky, I was sent down to Louisville during the riots down there, and I was protecting a news crew for Telemundo. So outside of being a doorman.
Okay, what kind of gear do you wear for the doorman job? I may have asked you that, but
Yep. So you would wear khaki pants and either, a black shirt. I had navy blue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what color shirt.
you wear a weapon.
Yes, I did have both. The Menards was a armed detail, so I did have to have a weapon on me for that one. I also had my soft armor underneath of my shirt. I didn't want to wear the plate carrier, obviously. That's inappropriate for that type of job.
How about for your Telemundo gig?
Oh, I wore whatever I could. It was real heavy though, so some stuff ended up coming off. But yeah, I mean, my gas mask ended up coming into use down there, so people want to ask, like, why would you have a gas mask aside from the competitions where they're actually used? Down there during the riots, the police had actually announced that they were about to start shooting canisters into the crowds. So that my gas mask came out right quick. Better believe it.
And did you buy any other, gear after you started this security work?
Yes, I did. That's when I got the flex cuffs. And a whole bunch of stuff. I don't remember everything that I had, to be honest with you. I had a lot of stuff.
Let's jump ahead a little bit, but what's the RF device thing all about?
The RF, that's a radio frequency device.
And when did you buy that?
I bought that. I don't remember what the date said on there, but it was whatever that date said.
Okay. And why did you buy that?
So I bought that while doing the security stuff. Because I was also being talked to about moving up with the company. I went online and started looking up things that private security people do. I wanted to build more credibility, I guess. And one of the videos that I found, this guy was talking about this RF detector, right? And he was like, what I do is when the clients come out, let's say to a car or to the room, that he'll want stuff in front of them. Now, obviously you would do this before the client even comes out. You know that they're going to a safe space. They don't know this stuff. You do it in front of them. It gives them, it's a sense of security and, happy clients, repeat business, word of mouth. So anyways, I bought it for that purpose. That was the purpose that I got it for.
To what? Impress your clients?
To impress clients, yes. To make them feel more safe.
Was your goal to have a security business then down the road?
Oh, yes.
Did that have you did say it had something to do with your militia training? Having a security business. Was training related to that at all?
Oh yeah, because the training is universal. So however you would, handle a weapon in this situation, it's the same way you handle the weapon in this situation. You're not gonna. There's not a lot of difference, I guess. Keep it as simple as possible. So the stuff I was learning in the militias also transferred over to security, like how to handle your weapons and yourself.
So Adam Fox, you had a phone call. That was maybe your next contact with them, other than some back and forth through Facebook.
Yes.
And how about in April or May, any other contacts with Mr. Fox? Did you cover him any other times?
I covered a couple of gigs for him, yeah.
Was that for?
May, June. So my first one was June 6th. That was my first security gig. June 6th.
Was that Menards?
Yes.
Is that the time he said he wanted to go out of state for a meeting?
Yes. Yeah.
What was your next contact after that, if you know?
I do not know.
Do you know if you got on his page at some point or militia page at some point?
Oh, most likely did, yes.
Okay. That's, and what was the purpose of doing that?
He had asked me if I wanted to be a part of a second Continental, whatever that long name is, part of his militia. Then he proceeded to tell me what it was about a little bit.
Okay, I think we heard some tapes that, going back and forth, probably Facebook message tapes. So,
Yep.
do you recall those in your response to, hey, dude, whatever?
After hearing them, yes, I remember my responses, and yeah, they're 100% correct. I was 110%.
You were enthusiastic of joining his Facebook page and his ideas?
I was very enthusiastic about it. He was saying everything he was saying was the right stuff. To get involved, stay involved, get your boots on the ground, to stop sitting there just complaining. It's nice to have opinions. That's great, but what are you going to do with it? Well, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So, did you take an oath in that militia?
No, I did not. No.
Was it a formal militia or a Facebook or?
I think he wanted to start a formal militia, but it did not actually come to fruition.
Did you train at all with him as in that militia or with others in that militia?
No, I did not.
Did it ever get off the ground?
No, I did not.
What was the atmosphere like during the summer of in northern Michigan regarding Antifa and BLM, June, July, and August?
In my circles, where it was terrifying, we were scared. Again, we were seeing things collapse. We felt things were collapsing, that there was not a lot that was being done or could be done. It was scary.
A real threat?
Pardon me?
A real threat?
I believe that was a real threat, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
How do you know they're coming and what do you do about it if you have these rumors and you're communicating with Duffy Luter, the retired Wexford County deputy, I believe?
What do you do about it?
Yeah.
I know what I did about it. I started a civil defense force to have the people come out from the town to defend their town from the people who could possibly do damage to their homes and their businesses. That's what I did.
Let's say you hear rumors about, van loads of people coming up.
Yep.
What do you do about that? What did you do? Did you get rumors like that?
Yes, we did.
And
And we actually got pictures of the vans and license plates. We ran them through our police liaison, and he came back and said, yes, he's legitimate. So then I passed those on to Adam. I asked him if he had heard anything about it. He said he had not. So I asked him to stay in contact and let me know if he does.
And what did your group or you do about those concerns and as to the safety of northern Michigan and your area?
What the group did was they showed up, they lined the streets, in whatever the individually decided to wear, because I know that's going to be a question. Some had full kits, some did not. They stood guard. There were people up on rooftops to have a better vantage point. We protected our community. That's what we did.
And that was in Cadillac?
Yes, sir.
You said something about hotels and motels in one of your messages, actually on August 29th, but what's the deal with hotels and motels?
I believe that was the 28th that you're referring to. I might be wrong.
Okay, but was there a concern about hotels and motels during the summer?
Yes, there was, and that's actually what I was referring to in that text message. That's why I said, our Cadillac crew, we already have eyes out looking at these places. And so that was on the day before the daytime ride, what's referred to as the daytime ride.
And what were you looking out for?
What I was looking out for was those vans with the license plates, people who don't fit into the local communities. Up where I'm at, Lake City, McBain area, out-of-towners stand out. That's a good way to put that.
Out-of-towners stand up for what?
Out-of-towners stand out.
Stand out.
Yes.
Alrighty.
Very small communities.
So your next, how much contact are you having with Adam Fox? And what's your relationship with him in June?
Well, in June, barely any. We had talked back and forth a couple of times. I don't remember having a lot of conversations with him before the daytime ride, to be honest with you.
Okay. It's been presented in some ways that you're a close friend or a friend of his. Is that an accurate representation?
I believe it was said that we're best friends.
And are you best friends with Adam
I
Fox?
sure am not.
What was your relationship with him?
I barely knew him. He had got me a job, so I was grateful for that. He was like-minded, so militia guy. He was actually active in doing things instead of just, sitting there running his mouth like we always say. I actually respected him quite a bit, and I was very grateful that I had a job that I've wanted for a long time, first of all, but that type of money, I was very grateful.
Is this in June?
That was June, yes. June 6th was my first gig.
And did you just break away from him and start dealing with Mr. Riley personally?
Yes, I did.
And I think Lane said he worked there too.
He worked for Sam for a short time, yes.
Did you work with Lane at all?
I did not work with him, no.
And were you still friends with Lane at that time?
I sure was.
Did you take any steps to do anything to Lane to get him into any militias or anything like that? Invite, open doors, anything?
I did not. No pages, no militias.
Okay. So basically in June, you're sitting on a Facebook page.
Correct.
And were you on another Facebook page too, possibly?
I was on quite a few pages. Yeah.
Okay.
Not directly linked to Adam, if that's what you mean.
Okay. But you're on these pages for what
Oh,
reason?
militia groups, 2A groups. I love cat groups, like whatever groups I'm into, the like-minded stuff. So there's a whole bunch of groups.
Is this for legal or illegal purposes?
All legal.
Violent or peaceful?
No, peaceful.
Are you a violent person?
No, I'm not.
You're not into having all those weapons and the armor and all that scary stuff to hurt somebody?
It's the last thing that I would want to do. It's obviously something you have to think about. If you're holding a weapon, I mean, you got to take that into account. Like it's made for a purpose, right? So if you're willing to pick it up, there is that aspect to it. It's the last thing I would want. Hopefully, violence perceived is violence achieved, so you don't actually have to cross that threshold. And
Have you had to do that?
Cross the threshold?
Yeah.
No, sir. I've been able to de-escalate situations.
You've sat here for the 2 weeks, 11 days, basically.
Along with them, yes.
You've heard about a lot of meetings talked about, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Did you go to any one of these meetings that have been brought up through this entire trial?
None of them.
You indicated you respected, liked Adam, appreciated him,
Oh, yes.
and that was in the month of June.
Yes, sir.
Was he doing, throwing out legal ideas, constitutional ideas, or something, not so much?
In June?
Yeah.
Everything that I remember him talking about was all legal. It was all positive. It was all moving in the right direction as far as I was concerned. Meaning non-violent. There was nothing violent being talked about.
Did he also, it sounded like on one of the exhibits, went to another city to do the same kind of thing you were doing? Like Grand Rapids or Muskegon or Lansing?
I think he did. Typically the crowd that I ran with, we all were part of trying to help out with protecting.
You know if he was doing that kind of thing or bad things in June?
In June, I was under the assumption we were all doing good guy stuff.
How's your firearm proficiency been holding up throughout your training period there?
Back then?
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Why would that be related to militia membership?
Pardon me?
Why would your firearm proficiency have anything to do with militia membership?
So it doesn't actually have anything to do with a membership. Like you can be a part of a militia without having to touch a firearm ever. There's a whole bunch of aspects to that. Not all of them have to do with pulling the trigger. Well, I'm sorry, what was the question again?
I'll move on. You kind of answered it. Did you have online discussions with other citizens during the summer of 2020?
Oh, lots of people.
About government overreaching, COVID restrictions, anything of that nature?
Oh, yeah.
Positive or negative?
Some were positive, some were negative. I'd say the majority of the people that I was running with, though, they were not favorable towards what was going on.
Okay, you say running with, are you out physically moving with them or on the keyboard warrior side of things?
I don't run. So it was more just like the people that I would associate with, I guess. So text, talk, see at the rallies.
Okay. Just for all the legal or not legal purposes?
Legal.
What you think about lockdowns and the results of what happened with that?
I was not a fan of them from the get-go. And then as things progressed and we found out more and more, I felt more vindicated in how I felt about not being a fan of the lockdowns. I kind of saw them as telling an adult what they can and can't do.
Okay.
It's a ridiculous thing to me.
You were for a free America? Is that your standing, or
Yes.
you want America to be a free country?
I'm a lot more libertarian. Yes.
Okay, so you have political beliefs,
Yes, sir.
and that's similar to Dan. It sounds like he liked smaller government, was Republican-ish.
We're very similar in our mindsets, yes.
So how about the month of July? June and July, did you attend protests, rallies, get-togethers, anything like that you can think of?
I did. I can't think of specifics or dates, though. There were so many that was going on.
Were you patched in, hooked in with other groups?
No.
What were you?
Kind of a floater, I guess. Fringe guy, I called it.
Probably not a nice word, but I called you a loner at one point here in this case.
That's okay.
What's that mean? Are you a social butterfly or somebody that's not so much?
I'm actually not that social. I prefer to be by myself.
How do you feel about testifying and presenting yourself today in public with people?
Oh, it's terrifying, but it's been 3 years. Like, I'm ready for this to be done. So
Were you aware that the FBI was watching Adam Fox?
no, sir.
That they had infiltrated and got close to him?
No.
You weren't aware of the Watchmen and all that going on in the Jackson County area?
No.
You didn't know about a VAC Shack meeting or any of the stuff that kind of resulted, sounded like, from protests?
Correct. I didn't know about any of those.
I might have jumped over this, but did you go to the April 30th protest where the people were up on the wall screaming in the state troopers' faces?
I cannot remember. I do not believe I was there, but I can't say that for sure.
Have you ever been in the month of April? Did you go in?
Oh, I have one of these. Got it. All right. Can you repeat that question?
Give me a second.
Not a problem.
Month of April or May of 2020, did you go into the Capitol with your kit?
I did not know.
Have you ever been inside the Capitol with your kit?
No.
I say kit, that's your plate carrier.
That's the full kit is the plate carrier, weapons, all the stuff we already mentioned.
And you remember the day that those people did that group? Groups?
I know of the day, yeah.
And you were where that day, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay, but you didn't go in, and if you were there, you didn't go in.
No, I did not go in.
Were these Second Amendment, COVID, what were these protests? What was that one?
The ones that I attended, they would be 2A or COVID related stuff. I could not tell you which ones were which. I was sitting here today, I couldn't tell you.
How many protests did you go to that summer?
Oh my gosh. I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
5, 15, 2?
6, maybe 5 or 6.
All right. Did you have any discussions of a illegal nature with anyone at any of those protests?
Don't know. No, sorry.
Excuse me?
No.
All right. You do swear quite a bit, don't you?
Yeah, I didn't mean that.
Your language is bad, isn't it? If you were to putting it on a scale of 1 to 10,
I've been working on it. Yes, it's been bad.
you're doing your best today to not use words like F.
I'm not having a problem with it. We're doing good.
Okay. So any contact with Mr. Fox during the month of July, if you know, 2020?
There would have been contact from, I can guarantee contact from June 6th on. So yes, there was contact.
There's a presentation of a lot of back and forth. Not a lot, but there's some communications going on. It was up on the board. Those are exhibits.
Yes.
And do you recall those exhibits as being accurate?
Yes.
And Are you willing to comment on those exhibits when we get to that point?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes.
So what, July, August, Adam Fox, what's your deal with him at this point? What's your impression, feelings?
Between June or July,
All summer. Did something change it all summer with your view? You liked the guy, you respected him, you're thankful, you liked his ideas?
Yeah, the daytime night happened. The 29th happened. Yeah, I didn't see any of that coming. So before I saw Adam in this light, and then from that day on, it was definitely different.
Okay. So there was a run up to is that when it changed? Your feelings about him?
Oh yeah. Yep.
You worried about being in shape, I think, at some point in your life too. Did that play a part of your relationship with this gentleman?
So, yeah, Adam was kind of a bodybuilder, I guess. He used steroids. He had access to them at least. Obviously, again, I'm a big guy. The job that I was in doing private security, it's very competitive. And there's people that don't look like this. There's people that, they look like the superheroes out of the movies. You know what I mean? And I wanted to be more on par with that. I wanted to be stronger, faster. I just wanted to be better. So one of my reasons for staying along with Adam was I wanted steroids. So
You were going to look for shortcuts to get your weight and your strength in one place where you
I wanted to do it as fast as possible. Yeah, because I was being talked to about some pretty big stuff.
You had job opportunities.
Oh yeah.
You were willing to do something stupid to help yourself
Yes.
in your physical shape.
Yes.
Did that ever come to fruition?
No, it did not.
Never got offered it. You didn't go after it very hard, but you had that in your mind. Is that a fair way to say it?
Well, because I talked about it, he did say he could get them. So I wouldn't say he offered them to me. I did ask about them, but no, he never did procure them for me.
Did he? So your relationship was there anything about training or any militia purposes that you would be interested in hanging out with Mr. Fox or having that connection through the summer?
Well, yeah. Any chance I get to train, I don't care who it's through.
What does he offer for training?
Well, similar stuff. It's all the same trainings that we do at all the other trainings that I've been to. So he just said, here's a training. I'm like, cool, it's a training.
Oh, is he a training connection then for you?
Well, yeah.
Did he ever get you a training connection?
Well, yeah.
Where?
For the 12th and 13th in Luther.
Okay.
There's a training there.
So you said something about a change of pace or a change of view with regard to Mr. Fox, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what date was that on?
That was the 29th.
And there was some back and forth it looked like prior to that he's talking to you, you're talking back.
Yes, sir.
That's when you talk about Big Rapids, dropping off your kids and.
He had gotten, may I interrupt?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but he had gotten a hold of me and asked me if I want to go for a ride. I asked him, what do you have in mind? To which he said, a high-profile vacation house. I'd like to expound on that if I could.
What do you mean what'd that mean to you?
To me, obviously now I have a different viewpoint. At that point in time, because of everything that I was involved in with Antifa and the BLM, hearing that they're holding up in hotels and motels and outlying areas, to me, with everything, with my context, with what I've also shared with Adam, I'm assuming in my head that this could be a place Antifa or BLM is either looking to hold up at, which would be smarter than a hotel or motel, or a place they're looking at doing damage. In which case we would have to go and scope it out and see how we're going to run some sort of security for it. So he did not explicitly state anything. This was my assumption just based on everything that I was involved in, like heavily involved in that summer.
Did you receive any notes, any communications, anything at all up before that that's like a red flag? This guy's kind of out there with some extreme views.
Compared to the stuff other people have said, no. I mean, he had run his mouth about as much as the average person does. trying to act big or look big. But other than that, there was nothing that stood out to me that said this is a bad guy. He was always talking about doing good guy stuff.
Okay, but average person to you maybe is the folks, the like-minded folks that you associate with online and communicate, text, call.
Yes, yeah. People of like mindset.
Okay. But nothing illegal coming out until the 29th?
No.
So were you aware of any bad doings, anything at all, any of the meetings, anything he had been doing with the watchman at all?
I didn't know anything, no.
You were not in his militia at that point?
No.
Is it true he tried to patch you in at that ride?
I think he wanted to read me an oath, which that actually would have been kind of a patching in ceremony. So yes, he would have.
But you've been accused of being in his militia since June, is that true?
I believe that's what was stated.
Well, is that true?
Yes.
Okay, they said that, but were you in his militia?
No.
Why is he trying to give you an oath if you would have already been in his militia group?
It's obvious that I wasn't actually in his militia. He was trying to get me in at that point.
Okay, jumping ahead just a little bit, but he showed up at your house that day, didn't he?
He did.
And who was he with?
He was with Dan.
Do you know what time that was?
I don't recall. It was around afternoonish.
Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about the RF device. You still have the box to that, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Have you found the manual to that?
I did find the manual last night, yes.
You found it last night.
Yes, sir.
You don't remember when you bought it?
Correct.
How much did you pay for it?
I think it was like $50, $60.
And you bought it online or at a store?
No, I bought it online, Amazon.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Okay.
Yes.
And how long before the 29th did you buy the RF device?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
It was shortly before that.
Okay. So these two folks show up at your house
Yes.
and they sounded like they knock on the door.
Yes.
We have a tape that we've played that showed basically they showed up, knocked on your door, said hello to your mom. Were you there or not?
I was not there at that time.
How long did it take you to get there?
It sounded like a minute.
Okay. And what was presented to you with Dan and Adam at that time?
What was presented to me?
Yeah, did they say anything? Introductions?
No,
Hey,
Adam introduced me to Dan. He said, hey,
Okay.
this is Dan. Then we went in. Dan used the bathroom.
Adam ever been at your house before?
No, that was the first time.
Did Dan say anything when you got there? When you got there?
Not right away, just when we introduced ourselves.
So had Adam ever been to your house?
Nope,
Dan?
no.
And what was the discussion once you got in your house? Did they come in your house?
So they came in, Dan had to use the restroom, and Adam was curious if we could get high before we took off. So, inside we went.
And did you have marijuana with you?
Yes,
And did you use it with Mr. Fox?
yes,
Did anyone else in your family use it that day?
no,
So if Dan said he saw or thought, rather, assumed that your mother did, is that true or false?
that would be false.
Do you smoke marijuana on a regular basis, or did you at that
I
time?
did at that time, yes.
Is that technically legal in Michigan at that time, if you know?
Yes, at that time it was legal for recreational use. Or medical. It was legal for something, yeah.
Okay. And how many times during that day do you know if you smoked marijuana with Adam?
I could not tell you.
Did you have anything to drink that day?
I drank a little bit before we took off, yes.
Okay, that's what, at noon in the morning?
Uh,
What'd you have?
It was moonshine I got from a coworker.
Okay, where were you working at that time?
That was down in Kentucky. We had shared a room.
Okay. So you had a little alcohol, how much?
Oh, it wasn't, I don't know. I call it a couple of whacks. It's more than a sip, but it's not a gulp.
Okay. Did your alcohol or your marijuana use that day change anything that happened that in your mind as far as your thinking, your judgment, anything at all?
I don't think the drinking did. Smoking, I get a lot more talkative. So there's that. It is relaxing. Yeah, it affected me that day.
I think 4 times was said that you used, at least with Adam that day. Is that an underestimate or overestimate or correct?
I could not tell you. Once I found out what was going on, my perception of time there was nothing.
So
What was it?
when was the last time you saw Adam prior to him showing up at your house?
Grand Rapids. When I went up and shook his hand.
Okay, Rosa Parks.
Yes, sir.
So that's really, you've seen him one time in person, you see him here, and the lead up came from these internet back and forth up to a point where you got invited.
Yes.
Did you know anything about other people being invited?
He had mentioned that there was going to be other people. Then he showed up without other people.
Did you offer a person to come to help out?
My buddy Ethan. Yes.
Who's Ethan?
Ethan, he's been a friend of mine for 7-8 years now. I don't know how else to explain him. He's a really good friend of mine.
Did he go to you with any community
Ethan went
protections?
with me to Muskegon to help stand with Lane down there.
Okay.
He's went to rallies with me. Him and I hang out. We do survival and prepper stuff together. So
Okay.
pretty good friends.
So prepper's legal, militia's legal.
Yes.
Things you did with Ethan are legal.
Yep.
Did you have anything illegal in your house that day other than maybe marijuana under the federal law, that kind of
I think
thing?
the moonshine, I believe, was illegal. But other than that, no, everything was legal.
All your guns, all your equipment that we're going to talk about.
Everything was legal.
Did any of your buddies have stuff at your house?
Actually, Ethan did have some stuff in my house. Yes.
And was there one picture full of all of Ethan's stuff that came into this courtroom?
All of Ethan's stuff except for the manual. Yeah, the manual's mine.
Okay. So did he have his property taken from your home on the date of your arrest?
Yeah, his stuff was stolen too. Yeah.
Stolen.
Yes.
So what happened once Dan and Adam got in your house, other than there was some marijuana smoked?
That was about it, really. We just went in there and we were smoking. Dan went and used the bathroom. He came out. Him and Adam started talking about boosting a car. That was kind of weird at first, but then they said that the owner was aware of it. And he said, yeah, if you guys can come take it from the end of my drive, feel free to give it a shot. So that's what him and Dan were talking about in my kitchen area.
Okay, that was the only funny business that you heard prior to getting.
It was the only thing that was out of the norm, yes.
And that sounded like what to you?
Well, it sounded like they were given a green light to attempt to, they called it boosting a car. And they were still trying to figure out how they were going to do it.
Okay. So the RF detector, was it in your home or out in the car, or where was that at that time?
It was in my house.
And where was it in your house?
I, again, couldn't tell you the specific place. I saw it, as I was walking out of the front room, so on a stand.
And what'd you do with it?
Well, when I saw it, I was like, oh, heck yeah. So I went and grabbed it, and I was like, hey, check this out. And I showed it to Adam and Dan. I turned it on. I proceeded to show them how I thought that it worked. Then Adam said, bring it to the FTX in a couple of weeks.
And did you agree to do that?
Yes, I did.
Would you have done it otherwise? Were you going to bring it to there
Oh, I'd have
otherwise?
taken it anyways, yeah. Showing off your gear, it's really petty, right? But it's kind of fun to show off your stuff because not everybody has the same stuff. And especially unique items like an RF detector. Who has that? I did. You know, yes, I was going to take that.
And so that was before you got into the truck.
Oh, yes.
He asked you to bring it.
Yep.
Did he tell you why he wanted to have it brought at that time? Do you remember?
He made comments about, for lack of better words, operational security, you know, but that's what it's for. That makes sense, right?
Does that fit in or not with the, tell me how that fits in, OPSEC.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. So militias are paranoid people. The majority of them are paranoid, whether they're faking it or it's real. That's why they portray themselves. So there's a lot of what's called OPSEC at these things where you're not supposed to have your phone, like all these things, but then you always see the phones pulled out.
You see him pulled out at these events?
You see them pulled out. Nobody ever really sticks to it. But yeah, so the OPSEC, the security device would be pretty unique.
What was your response to the request to bring the device to the upcoming training?
I don't remember my exact words, but I'm pretty sure it was along the lines of, heck yeah.
How did you know there was an upcoming training coming up?
Well, he told me, he said, bring it to the FTX.
Did you know that before that date?
If I did, I couldn't tell you right now.
Okay.
Off the top of my head. It doesn't sound familiar. I think that was the first time he had told me.
And what'd you do with the device at that time?
Took it back in the house.
Did you test it, work with it, have any working knowledge with it at that point?
I did show them how I assumed that it worked. I wouldn't call it like knowledge. I just pulled it out of the box and started playing with it, see what I could do.
Did you turn it on when you were standing next to Dan and Adam?
Yes, I did.
Did you know that Dan was wired at that point?
No, I did not.
Did you know Dan was an informant, a CHS for the FBI?
I did not know he was an informant, no.
Did that device go off when you were hanging out with Dan and Adam and say, here's a bug or a wire?
It did go off.
And what did it go off on?
His phone.
Whose phone?
Dan's phone, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was in his hand.
And what'd you do with his hand and the device?
So he was holding his phone and I waved it right over the phone because I like what some people say, this isn't how it's used. You actually have to be right up on something for it to work.
Okay. What, was he already holding his phone when you had the device in your hand?
Dan,
Explain how that went.
his phone was in his hand, whether he had already had it in his hand or I had requested him to pull it out, I don't remember. But regardless, the phone was in his hand and it did go off on his phone.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
Just to show it off.
Were you trying to do security to see if he had a wire or a
No,
cell phone?
no, it was obvious he had a cell phone. It was right there in his hand.
Did you want Adam or
No,
want anything other than the phone just to show them that,
I
hey,
believe it was just a phone that was in Dan's hand.
and how do you know it has to be, like, your hands were pretty close, maybe 4 inches or so apart?
It was really close, yes.
Why would you have to put the device next to a phone that close?
Well, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work away from it. It has to be like right on it pretty much for it. And what I've seen when I used it.
How about did you do research on this tool, this toy, this device?
So actually, after the raid, I did. I didn't do it when I had that in my possession. But I found out,
Well, is it worth the money?
no, it's not even worth $50 or $60. That thing
Is what?
it's a piece of poo. And it's really not good.
So after you showed them, hey, look, here's how cool it is. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. You're showing this thing off.
Yep.
And then you put it up to a phone, it makes a noise. What happened to the device after that?
Then I took it back in the house. I would have set it back down.
Okay. And you had that thing for your security business to impress people there too?
Yes.
So you got in the car, the truck, were you in the front or back seat?
I was in the back seat behind the passenger.
Were you armed at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you believe Adam and or Dan would be armed at that point?
Yes, I assumed that they would be armed, yes.
So you had a firearm with you.
Yes, I did.
Is that different than any other day of your life?
It is not.
Do you sleep with your gun?
There's been a few times I've actually slept with it, yes.
Do you not go to stores, that kind of thing?
Yes.
When are we gonna get into the 829 trip license?
Yeah.
Would it be a good time to break for lunch?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the lunch. As I indicated, I have a meeting, or I have a meeting on time. So what we're going to do is say, if you could be back by 2:15, we're ready to go. That would be great. Yeah, okay, sounds good. We'll say we're right back. All right. Okay, everyone can be seated. We'll be recessing until quarter after 2. I would like to see the attorney really quick before we start now, please.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Jessica.
continue obviously with the direct exam of Mr. Molitor. Anything that we need to discuss before the jury comes back in, we did, the attorneys and I did have a chance to talk. Mr. Barnett let us know, I think this morning, that he was going to seek to admit transcripts that were associated with his India, Kilo, and Lima. Those have been reviewed by the parties, and so they would be entered as I, T, K, T, and LT, similar to what was done by the people as to their exhibits. And it's my understanding that everybody has reviewed those and there's no objection to those coming in. Is that correct for you, Mr. Wilson?
You know, I just thought, in talking to Agent Impola, these were audios, and I don't have any problem with the bolding, number one. Okay, so, but a good point has been raised, is that these were played off of Mr. Mr. Barnett's phone. And I mean, do we have copies of that? I don't think we do. And before we submit them to the jury, and this doesn't have to be done today or this afternoon, we would like to get that audio from Mr. Barnett, and then, obviously compare the transcript to make sure it's accurate before they're admitted.
I thought the audio clips were put on a CD or something.
Well, they are. They're actually sitting in my van right now in the back of the van. I do a computer here to play it for them. They're the extended tapes where I cut them off as was requested, where I get the stop button a little bit early on each of them to hit the mark.
So if he can just get us the CDs, we'll listen to them tonight. We'll be ready tomorrow. And, I don't think they're going in today, are they? I mean, they
Don't have to.
Okay.
And I can scan you over. I actually have the disc I have is the cutoff versions.
Okay.
That match up with these transcripts.
Let's do that and we'll deal with the transcript submission then tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from anybody before Brandon Beck?
No, sir.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
All rise to the jury, please.
So these are the reasons, some of the reasons why I want to hear.
You just made a motion to look at that, you need to refresh your memory. Just say, I need to refresh my memory.
And if that's the case, then that's.
Okay, everyone can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully everybody enjoyed lunch. We'll call, we're still on the direct nomination of Mr. Barnett. Can you go back?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Molitor, we're going to pick up through the discussion you had outside your house on August 29th in the morning regarding your RF device. And again, you didn't take that with you, put it back in the home as you went out to the vehicle?
I put it back in the house, yes.
Okay, so you went to Dan's vehicle and you entered the truck. How did you get in? What seat? And where was everybody else?
So I got in the truck on the passenger side, behind the passenger. Adam Fox was in the passenger seat and Dan was in the driver's seat.
What happened next?
Pretty much as soon as we got in, Adam Fox made a comment about we're going to scope out the Tyron Bitch's house. Right after that, he then said about maybe we're going to blow up her boat. Then if she buys another one, we'll blow up that one as well. Then another one, we'll blow that one up as well. By that time, he was laughing. It came across as a joke to me. Highly inappropriate joke, but it still came across as a joke.
How did you respond if you did?
I responded like, I said, that made me think of, I had a mental image of a rubber stamp saying revoked or declined. I don't remember the exact word I used.
Why did you say that back?
Because when he was talking about your voting privileges have been revoked, I just, in my head, I saw one of those stamps just coming up, clink. It was just something I had in my head, so I said it.
Okay, were you using marijuana before this?
Oh, yeah.
Did that play any part or not?
I mean, probably.
So are you a person that smokes marijuana regularly that might not affect you as others, or does you have a low tolerance to?
Well, no, the whole point of smoking is because it affects you. So I don't know how else to answer that. So yes, I mean, I was affected by marijuana, yes.
Okay. So was there a time that membership, well, what happened next after that, if you recall?
After that, to the best of my recollection, we left my house and started driving north for about an hour.
Okay. Was there a discussion about getting sworn in or some sort of oath or anything of that nature from Adam?
I'm listening to the audio. He did bring up, I think he asked Dan about swearing me in.
As what?
As a member of the group, I do believe.
Was there an officer position?
He had talked to me about being a lieutenant. I think that was when he first approached me about his first militia, the 2nd Continental Militia. He talked to me about being a lieutenant.
And did you accept his invitation or deny it?
On the second time, on the 29th, well, he didn't offer at that point. He was just talking about an oath. So he didn't actually question me, to my recollection.
Did you get sworn into his militia
No.
in a car at any time?
No, at no time was I sworn into any militia with Adam.
Did you tell him why not? Why? What your thoughts were about militias?
I would have said yes. Yes, I said, I'm kind of soured on militias at this point. I don't want to join a militia.
Is that what you said at that time?
Yes, paraphrasing at this point, but yeah.
Okay. Did you talk about Ken and Ken's group at all in the trip?
We did talk about Ken and Ken's group. I believe that was actually while we were up there. Around the time coming back.
What city did you think you were going to, or where were you going to?
I thought we were going to Bel Air because I just saw Bel Air on the map. And so I said, so I take it we're going to Bel Air, and I wasn't corrected on that.
And any more specifics other than Bel Air prior to getting in?
No.
Just the high level?
Just a high profile vacation house. There was no exact thing that we were doing or going to see that was told to me.
Were both you and Adam in the Ken's group at one time together?
Adam, I don't know if Adam was actually in the group. Like I said, I saw him on there. He was there for a training. When I asked Ken about why he was on there, he just made a comment about, one extra person, why not? Something along those lines.
Okay. Did the Birch Lake come up at all?
Not on the way up. It did eventually come up. Yeah.
And what's that mean to you?
It didn't mean anything to me at the point in time.
So you said that there was these comments made at the beginning. They're all being tape recorded.
Yes.
Some of them were played for the jury.
Yes.
And your thought is, as you're driving up, what's going through your mind relative to, I'm going to blow up the boat and whatever names Adam used?
Oh, nothing. Once that comment was done, once the joke was done, it was just over with. You move on from a joke. It doesn't stay with you the rest of the day. So I was feeling like we're just going to do what I thought we were going to do. Nobody was really saying much.
And what significant event happened on that ride up, if anything? Was there any talk about Lake Michigan or any location, Bel Air, Elk Rapids, anything?
So on the way up, there was not a lot of conversation about what was going to be happening up here. There was some comments about her house or whatnot. There was still no name of Whitmer or Governor or anything like that. Like I said, I was aware we were going to see a house. or a residence. So it still didn't mean anything to me. We were about an hour away. Well, we're up here, so an hour and a half away from Cadillac. When they finally started talking about Whitmer, and that's when it hit me what was going on for real.
How close were you to this area when that happened again?
To this area?
Yeah.
We were in Elk Rapids, I do believe.
Okay.
So we did not come to Bel Air. We ended up in Elk Rapids.
When did you figure out there was a difference between Bel Air and Elk Rapids?
Oh, actually, just a couple weeks ago when you and I were going through stuff.
You do you recall how the address or how directions or what input was taken to get to where you ended up?
It's my understanding at this point that Adam and Sean Fix had pretty much figured out where it was at. There were pictures in newspapers previous to that, so it was quite available what it looked like. So they were talking about that, but.
Was that done by a phone call, or how did you know they were talking or communicating?
Well, now knowing what I know now, he had texted Sean Fix.
Okay. And what was going on in your mind while that information was going on, if you knew?
So while this was going on, I had looked up Governor Whitmer's tried to attempt to look up the address of the cottage. I was not going to hand it over to them. That was for my personal benefit. I was hoping we weren't even close. I did actually make a comment about, it's probably on the island. Like we were way away from it. But as far as him, I, of course, did not find anything, and I did not share any information anyways.
So why would you look in your phone and plug in some words? I assume that's what you did.
Well, part of this, I don't know how to answer these questions without rambling. I'm going to be honest with you right there, because there's stuff that goes into this. When I went on the ride with Adam, when I first got in the truck, this is the Adam that I thought of. When we get up here and I hear him start talking about this stuff, and like this was legitimately talking about it, I'm sitting here, no idea this is how this guy actually operates or thinks. They're talking about doing some very serious stuff. I was scared. I didn't know what they would do to keep me quiet. I will look at my phone. I will take a video, whatever I need to do aside from kill somebody or do property damage. I'm going to get over my kids. So I was scared.
How did it come up that you were going to go through your phone?
I think it was Adam that said something about Reddit, or I was asked to look on my phone.
Okay. And you cooperated with that?
Of course. Yeah.
And what words did you plug in approximately?
Approximately, I would have put in keywords. We all know how searches work. So Governor Whitmer, cottage, address would be some iterations. So however they end up getting swapped around to be put in there.
When was that the only time you did that, or did you do that later as well? Search. I think there was some testimony at the tavern later that you did another search, or at least your phone
I didn't
showed.
do anything at the tavern, no.
Because possibly you opened up your phone there?
You got to open your phone, so.
Okay, so you plugged in your numbers, and what did you say to these folks about numbers, not numbers, but names and whatever keywords?
Keywords, just, I was under the assumption that maybe they were talking about the place on Mackinac Island, so I made a comment about the island, knowing that we were quite a ways away.
So what happened after that?
Oh, geez. Seems like we drove around for a little bit. They eventually found the house, like I said. Adam eventually found it on his phone.
What was said that led you to believe he's finding the address?
Oh, it was I saw it on transcripts.
Okay.
That's how I know he actually found it, and how he found it. It was on his phone.
Okay. You didn't know at the time, or did you, what was going on with regard to an address?
Not really, no.
But you testified you didn't hand that address over or find it.
That's correct.
And so after the address was known, what happened next?
They went and drove by it. So we went down and back. And to my recollection, we ended up going down 2 times, so down and back twice before we went to that tavern that we keep talking about.
And what did you observe the first time coming through with what's going on in the car and what's going on outside?
So there was a lot that was going on inside of my head. I wasn't really paying attention to a lot. One of the things that was going on was I kind of lost sense of time. So, like, how close in proximity of time was it to this? I can't tell you that. I don't remember a lot of the conversations that Dan and Adam were having. I'm sitting in the back trying to figure out, what do I say? How do I act? What do I do? How do I get out of the situation? I don't have training. I don't have backup. I got nothing, so that was pretty scary. So that's what's going on in my head. I didn't get to hear a lot, especially during the beginning.
What do you mean you didn't get to hear a lot?
Even though they were talking, I'm in my head. I'm trying to figure out what I have to do.
So what was Dan's role as you moved up and all this stuff has been going on?
Dan was the driver. He kind of talked to Adam, ideas and what they're doing, what to do next.
And what did you think about Dan?
At first, when I first met Dan, he seemed pretty cool. He was very stoic, so very quiet. He seemed to be a thinker, quiet people. Yeah, he seemed all right, actually. He seemed pretty nice.
Okay, and that was in the house or once he got in the car?
That was in the house and in the car. I mean, he was pleasant to be around and very stoic the whole way around.
Okay, and so you're going by the first time. What do you see or hear happening by the cottage?
Adam got pretty excited when we went by the place. I call it kind of like childish excitement is what I call it. At one point, Dan kind of looked over so I could see kind of his eyes, and it looked like he kind of rolled his eyes as he put his head back over, just because I was going, okay. I think you all heard that.
That's when he's finding the place, or that's it? Which one was that? Do you remember?
That's when we were driving by it.
Okay. What did you see him physically doing, if anything, Adam?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
Was he doing anything while you drove by the first time?
Dan?
Adam.
From, like I said, he was just saying, okay.
Okay. You've seen photographs that have come in here.
Yes, sir.
Do you know where those came from?
Yes.
And there was a picture, the freeze-frame picture that was up there, the pretty blue cottage, and
Yes.
Dan's face in it. Who took that one, if you know?
Adam took that picture. You can tell from the picture.
Okay. Did you see Adam at any time do anything up in the front seat as you went by?
I mean, he had his phone out. Again, I wasn't paying attention to the specifics of what Adam was doing or the specifics of what Dan was doing.
Why not?
That wasn't my concern at the time. My concern was trying to figure out what was going on, how long we're going to be up there. It was a lot of danger. Like, how much danger am I actually in? I have to read the situation as it's ongoing. That's where I was at.
So you went down once, came back. What happened on the comeback?
Well, nothing. We ended up going down a couple of times, and we left, and we went to the Red Bull Tavern.
Okay. Did you see the second set? There's that one set, but a second set of pictures, 7 or 8 clips that were shown that came from Adam's phone.
I believe I have seen them. Yes.
When was that taken? Which time, up and down?
It was one of the first 2 times. I couldn't tell you which time exactly.
Okay, so you went down, back twice, and then
I believe so, yes.
then left the area.
Then we went to the tavern.
Okay, you say we.
That's me, Adam Fox, and Dan.
Okay, what was said? Have you covered everything that you think the jury should know as you're driving by your first 2 times? As far as what was said?
What I can think of, yes.
Okay, and off to the tavern, the 3 of you go.
Correct.
You pull in the driveway there?
Yep, we pulled in the drive. We ended up getting out and wanted to smoke a little bit. I think we smoked before we went in. But But Dan and I ended up taking our weapons off. This is when I found out that Adam said he didn't have a weapon. So at that point, I could safely assume, I guess, that he did not have a gun on him. Dan was not sure about the logistics of taking a pistol into a bar. So, and because I wasn't 100% sure on that either, I was like, I don't really want to mess around. So we both took our weapons off, and they used the term stowed. So we stowed them in the vehicle, and we went in.
Okay, so what happens when you go in the Red Bull Oasis Tavern?
I went to the bathroom. When I was coming out, Dan went in. I went and sat down. Eventually, Dan came out, sat down, and Adam sat down. Then we ordered some food. Dan and Adam were talking. There's a couple of times where Adam got loud. Dan had to tell him to be quiet.
And okay, those two were talking. What was your involvement as far as discussion or conversation at that time?
At that time, I did not converse about that stuff. We did end up talking about Sam and the security job. So there was quite a bit of conversation about that. I believe those clips have been played as well.
Did you see anybody doing anything else besides eating in there?
Well, I think I understand the question. Adam was drawing a map at the bar.
And where did that start? What did you see before he started drawing? Like,
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
how did he get paper in his hand?
I have no idea.
How did he get a pen in his hand?
I, again, have no idea.
How did what happened before he started whatever he was doing with the paper and pen?
Oh, we sat down.
Okay.
I don't have a lot of intricacies.
Did you, you said there were two talking. What input did you have about that?
None.
What did you have to say or do while the map's being driven?
Nothing.
Written, excuse me.
I know what you mean. No, nothing. I was just sitting there. I was eating.
Why, there's been testimony that the three of you talked or engaged in some discussion about the map drawing. Is that true?
No, Dan and Adam were talking about the map.
Was your phone out and you're helping? Anything, any other input you're giving besides not talking?
No.
And what was the result of the map that you could see where you were?
I wasn't looking at the map.
You didn't
I don't know. I don't know what the result was. They had a piece of paper with some lines and words drawn on it. And I was not paying attention to the map.
How about where Adam's phone was during that time period?
Well, it would have been with him. Like, it would have been by him. It would have been in his hand.
Did you see anything on the phone?
No, I didn't. He was sitting across from me. So if he was holding his phone, the back would have been to me.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you and Dan are on one side, Adam's on the other?
So if this is the table against the wall, I was sitting here, Dan was here, and Adam was over there.
Okay, sitting on the end?
Dan was sitting kind of on the end. There was a booth. So I guess on the end.
Who was on the end in the booth?
Adam was over there.
Okay. And did you hear what was being said in the tavern between them, the words?
Not really, no.
What was it like as far as volume, background noise?
It was pretty noisy in the bar. There was quite a few people in there. They were talking quietly for the most part. Like I said, Adam raised his voice a couple of times, getting excited again, and Dan told him to keep it down.
Do you recognize now, looking at that drawing, there was something about police departments and mileage and minutes and that sort of thing?
Yes, they did have, I believe they refer to it as first responders in general, but they did have police departments, sheriffs, state police.
Did you hear them talking about that while you were in there?
At some point they did bring it up. I cannot tell you sitting here at what point they had been brought up in the right.
Okay. How long do you think you were at the diner? Or the tavern, sorry.
I honestly could not tell you.
And did you pay for your food, or did Dan or Adam do that?
No, Dan paid for food.
Did you pay anything to get up there and have anything to do with this besides sitting, looking up the address and then
No.
going by, at least at this point?
At this point, I don't think so, no.
Okay. So So what was going through your mind now?
So are we talking about leaving the bar?
Well, during the lunch and as you left?
I'm still trying to figure out what's going on, the dynamic between these people. I barely knew Adam. I did not know Dan at all. I get this crazy stuff dumped on my lap with no precursor to it. Like it's a lot to deal with. Throughout my time, when I first found out what was going on, it scared the crap out of me. By the end of the ride, just even within that couple of hours, I was not near as worried by the end of it. It seemed to me that Adam, they didn't have a plan. They didn't have her address. They didn't, we had heard that they had pictures, but they didn't have pictures. They didn't have a plan when they went out to do this. They were doing it on the fly. Seeing Dan roll his eyes, seeing how childish Adam acted, all this stuff accumulated, it wasn't as terrifying. So anyways, sitting in the bar, listening to them, I guess you could say, I wasn't actually listening to them, but I'm still trying to figure out, what's going on, listening to them, trying to figure out my danger level. I'm an hour and a half away from home with two people I don't know. So that's where I was at.
Okay, so what happened next? Did you leave the facility?
Well, we of course did eventually leave. I'm trying to think before we left. I'm trying to see if there was anything else. Nothing I can recollect. So we ended up leaving. We went out. I know Adam and I smoked some marijuana at that point as well. And then there was some talk about our guns. So again, we like to show our stuff off to each other. So Dan had a really nice piece. I don't remember exactly what all was on it, and mine was fairly decent. So we're just talking about that pretty much. And then Dan had started telling Adam how to find his dominant eye to help him be a better shooter, because Adam was complaining about not being able to shoot well. And then we left again.
Then you left the Red Bull Oasis Tavern?
Yep, went right back down the road again.
And what happened next, Eric?
So we went down and anyways, we went down, we come back, and that's when Adam said, barricade. I was like, what's up? He's like, I want you to take a slow-mo video. So, I took a slow-mo video. I mean, that's what happened.
And why did you do that?
What happens if you don't? What happens if you don't do this stuff? He wasn't saying shoot somebody. That would have been a hard no. He didn't say blow something up. That would have been a hard no. He said take a video. I took a video.
What was going through your mind and thoughts?
I just wanted to get back home to my kids. That was it.
You just wanted to get home to your kids? What was your thought pattern for? Is there anything else you were thinking about at that point?
Bill, I don't know right now, man. I don't know. I was just trying to get home. I just wanted to get home.
Okay, so was that on how many times did you go by after eating?
One time down and back.
Okay. Had you made comments before to them about getting the heck out of there, or?
On the way back after we took the video, I took the video, and they had reviewed it. And I said, I'm going to paraphrase, can we get the F out of here now? I wanted out of there. I wasn't quite sure what all was going on, so to double down, they had brought up a boat launch previously. So to double down on getting off that road, I said something about a boat launch, I believe, at that point.
You trying to help Adam, or you trying to do?
No.
What are you trying
I'm
to
trying
do?
to get off that road. We've been down, so each pass is driving by 2 times. Down and back that's 2 times. So that's 6 times altogether. I was already uncomfortable. Didn't want to do it once, let alone 6 frickin' times. It was time to get out of there. It was time to go.
Did you know what was going on? what the effect or the end result would have been with this video? You know what was going on? Were you thinking at all?
There's no cohesive, I'm not thinking about that. No, at that point in time, that didn't, you can put stuff together in context, you can assume. At that point, there's still no explicit, we're using it for this, we're gonna do that. Yeah.
Did you figure it out whether they were serious or not? Or this is just that tough talk and all that?
If you're asking me for my opinion sitting here today, no, I don't think they were serious. Now with everything that I found out.
But what about right then? And you've been asked to take it, you're taking the phone.
Right then?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I took them serious.
After the coming by the second time, were there any pictures taken that time?
Not by me, no.
And you're pulling out of there, and what's going through your mind as you're heading down to the boat launch?
It's still the same thing. You don't really divert from this. It's, what's going on? What information can I glean from, playing along, listening, like whatever. That's all that's going on. How do I play this? How do I play this role effectively? How do I make myself seem believable? I don't want them to think that there's any chance I'm not cool.
Okay. So what happened did you go to the boat launch next?
Yes, we went to the boat launch.
And what happened there?
So as soon as we pull in, there was a vehicle there. They left immediately. And so I made a comment about how they were probably there to get high or to do drugs of some sort, because that's how people like that would act. We all get out of the vehicle. Adam and Dan go over to the boat launch, and I stayed by the truck.
What'd they do down at the boat launch? Down by the beach?
Well, I know now because of the pictures and whatnot. Adam was looking across, trying to see if he could find Governor Whitmer's place from the boat launch. And Dan was standing behind him taking pictures.
Could you see any of that business from where you were?
No, I wasn't even looking over that way. I didn't care what they were doing. No, had nothing to do with me.
What happened next there? How long were they down on the beach?
I couldn't tell you.
And could you see them from your perspective? If not, why not?
So at that point in time, I wasn't trying to look to see if I could see them. I was just staying over by the truck, minding my own business. So I didn't see them because I wasn't trying to see them, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know what they were doing.
If you were to look, were you able to see them from where you were standing?
I couldn't tell you. Sitting here for my recollection of the area, I couldn't tell you.
How about there was supposed to be a sign here coming over by them, just near them. You're by a sign and they're over by the beach. I think that is
what Dan said that I did. I did not walk over to a sign. I did not stand behind him. If he was worried about me, why would he allow me behind him, especially knowing that I was armed? That doesn't make sense. Like, he didn't even step off so he'd keep me and Adam both in view. He supposedly I was standing behind him. I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. I stayed over by the truck.
how many feet away, yards?
It's about, I would say about 70 feet.
Could you hear what they were saying?
No.
Did there come a time that they came back to you?
Yes, they ended up walking back over to the truck.
What?
About that time, that girl had pulled back in, or the vehicle had pulled back in.
Okay, what do you mean pulled back in?
Well, because she had left when we first got there, she had pulled out, and that's when I made the comment about she's probably here to get high. And so then when they ended up coming back up to the truck, she had pulled back in, and that's what she was there to do. So her and Adam ended up smoking together.
And did you participate that time?
I did not.
Did
I
you?
stayed over in the truck with Dan.
Okay. And where was Adam and Patricia?
They were over at her vehicle, getting high and talking.
So was there any other discussion? by you after lunch in the car at any time about any of this?
There was quite a bit of discussion back and forth. Yes, I was, again, trying to play a part. You can't just sit there and not do anything. This is stuff that we've heard from people who have had training. I did not have training. This is stuff I had to figure out on my own in the moment. And I've been saying it from the get-go. So it's not like I listened to the agents and I was like, that's good, I'm going to use that. I've been saying I was trying to play a part, that this is what I felt I had to do to survive the situation. And I did it. That's apparently what you're supposed to do in situations like that. So.
Have you been giving statements, or did you give statements to the authorities after your arrest?
I given multiple statements, yes.
Did you give consent to search anything at your house?
I sure did. For some reason, I was asked if they could search my vehicle. I believe they had a warrant, but they asked, and I told them yes, of course. I also gave them my password to my phone. I was not going to play around with these people. Whatever they needed, I was going to give it to them. I did not care what they wanted.
Okay, sorry to jump ahead, but so what happened? So you said some things maybe at the in the car going around
Yes.
that were.
If there's anything you're looking for, if I could refresh my memory somehow. Like I said, there was quite a bit. There was.
Do you have a little booklet you made up?
Yes, the red one.
Would it refresh your memory if you're able to look at it? Can you recall any of the Attorney General's exhibits that might help you refresh your memory as to what was going on at that time?
Possibly.
We have one that it looks like with the redactions, which seems to be the most recent. Goes up to 259 in the back. Did you take a look at that, Eric?
I want to do this, Mr. Barnett. I don't want to put him on the spot. If he needs to refresh recollection, that's perfectly appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break to allow that to happen, and then we'll bring all that. All right. Okay, everybody can be seated through. You can go ahead and take a look through that. There's no rush.
You need to go that way.
Okay, so back on the record. Yeah, everybody there. Anything we need to talk about before bringing the jury back? Mr. Barnett, can we start with you?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, sir.
Mr. Nazir? Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay. Okay, everyone can be seated. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. So Eric, how was your memory about the events that happened on that day?
Not the best. It was about 3 years ago.
Do you remember what was said and when on every detail throughout the ride? And if we were to review the exhibits later, would that help you as we walk through that?
That would help immensely.
Okay. So was there any discussion about the police departments by you or anybody in the car?
There was some words about the police departments, yes.
And what did you say?
So as far as pertaining to what I said about police departments, I made an offhand comment about, I don't remember the words around it, but pretty much my part in it was that my old jiu-jitsu instructor from Grand Rapids, he was a police officer. I made the comment that he told me that there's sometimes only one cop out at a time. This is not true, obviously, that's Grand Rapids. I was just trying to fit into the conversation again.
Did you say that you wanted to go down and look at the police department?
Did I say I wanted to go down and look at it?
Yeah.
Not go down and look at it.
You don't remember making that statement.
No.
I think that came up in testimony. That was your idea to go down and look at the police
No,
department. Did you go down to the police department there?
we did go to the police department, yes.
Did you have discussions before that about how far away those departments were?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And you've heard this video how long ago? The whole, audio of the whole trip.
A couple weeks ago,
Okay. Did that refresh your memory to some degree?
it brought a lot more back, yes. Up until that point, I know you told me to go through it a couple of times. I wasn't able to bring myself to go through it.
Why not?
Because I get to the ride part up here, and it's just a lot of anxiety. Like I couldn't even listen to it. So
Why not?
I just didn't listen to it.
What's anxiety mean?
Palms get sweaty, heart starts pounding. I can't focus on it anyways.
How does that compare to when you were in the car?
Oh, it was way worse in the car. Yeah. It was way worse in the car.
Okay, so your testimony is you didn't converse at the tavern, you didn't involve yourself down at the boat launch,
Correct.
and then you left at that point in the back seat and they drove where?
So we covered the boat launch, going to the police department. I believe after that, it was the ride home.
Okay, so you drove by the police department.
Yes, sir.
There's been a map or two thrown up there about some sort of pathway over to Lake Michigan. Do you know anything about that?
I don't remember anything about that, no.
Were you able to hear everything that was said up in front of you?
No,
Do you remember saying you're hearing bits and pieces?
yes. So that was when Adam, he asked me if I was in again. This part was on the end of the ride. He asked me if I was in and, or if I wanted to be a driver or a medic. I believe that was this part. And instead of just directly answering him, I was saying, am I going to say yes? But I also didn't want to say no. So I just completely averted even the question altogether. And I was like, I don't even know what's going on. You're telling me bits and pieces. To which he started responding to that instead of that line of questioning. If I wanted to be an active member.
Okay, that happened on the way back.
Yes,
Correct? It didn't happen 1 minute into the ride after the "we're going to blow up the boat" comment.
No, it did not. That repaint the whole narrative.
And did he in fact ask you any other time than on the way back? If you want, we're in the mission. Are you in?
I recall 2 times that he asked. It may have been 3, but 2 times.
And your response was?
I'm not sure, or let me think about it, or let me be with you guys longer so I can make a more informed decision, or as long as things are done professionally and no stupid shit, pretty much any indirect answer I can give that's not a yes and not a no.
Why didn't you just tell him no, I don't want any part of this?
I have no idea how far they're willing to go to keep me quiet. I do not know these guys. Like Dan all barely know Adam. I do not know how far they're willing to keep me quiet. To keep me quiet. They're talking about doing some extreme stuff. Like if I just say no, and they're cool, we'll get somebody else.
You did that for what then?
So I can make it home. I just wanted to get home. Once I found out what was actually going on, my only thought was get home. Do what you got to do, get home.
Anything else you recall being said about this on the way back
On the way back,
to your home?
he had asked me about joining, and then after that, to the best of my recollection, that was the extent of the conversation on the way back home. The rest of the time was spent talking about normal stuff. I believe guns came up again.
How long's the trip on the way back? The same, about an hour-ish or so?
Yes, sir.
You talk about local stats and things like that?
Yes, I did.
What was that for?
I wasn't quite sure, even to this day, I don't know if you can just look at the stats that I was talking about. I was still trying to act like a part of their group or somebody that they could get along with. If that was something to talk about, because up until then, there's a lot of times where I'm just sitting there quiet. I'm like, well, crap, what do I got to say? I got to get in here and do something. So at certain times I would say things that my exact words I don't remember. Every time I interjected, I don't remember. But yeah, I talked. I said stuff.
What was your intent by bringing those things up?
There was no intent. It was just to, well, I guess it is an intent, isn't it? But just to seem like I was somebody like-minded. Again, to try to keep myself safe. I'm trying to keep myself safe. That's all.
What happened when you got back to your home?
We're going to find out we ended up going inside again. And I believe we smoked some more marijuana. I showed off some of my gun collection to Dan. They didn't stay long.
Okay.
There was nothing talked about in my home.
Is your feelings of concern or safety change or stay the same all the way through the trip? Or can you explain how this went?
Yeah. So it did change. Like I said, at first, when I first got dropped on my lap, what was going on, like I feared for my life. Throughout the trip, there was a lot that eased my mind, but it was still in the back of my head. These guys picked me up from my home, where my mom lives, where my kids live. This is my home. So yeah, there was still a little bit of worry in the back of my head. Again, I don't know these guys. So Dan's a professional door kicker for the military. He had video. Like, he's legitimate. That's intimidating, especially once they sit there and start talking about kidnapping governor. Yeah, you're going to be scared. Sorry. What?
So what happened, did your feelings or impression of safety, concern, or how they were being serious, any of that changed?
It didn't seem serious towards the end of the ride. Like I said, through everything that I witnessed, it wasn't, I don't remember a specific instant where I was like, oh, this isn't a worry anymore. It's not like that. But the danger level in my mind was decreasing just based on the fact that they were not organized. It was two guys. One of them was just talking crazy. So yeah, I mean, my danger level went way down from the beginning of the ride to the end of the ride.
How did you proceed forward with your days after that?
My days after that, I pretty much just went back to regular living, doing malicious stuff, working, hanging out with the kids. I stayed in contact with Adam. I still wanted to, like I said, at this point, I wasn't too worried about plans or anything. One of my reasons for staying in contact, however, was if I heard about plans progressing with more people, that would give me cause to go to the police. Unlike some people, like Dan, for example, was actually part of a group and knew that a group was talking this way. Yeah, that's not just one or two guys saying stupid things. That's a group. Yeah, that's where they are going and saying something to the police officers. Amanda Keller had 3 to 4 months worth of intimate knowledge going to these meetings. She knew stuff. I did not get to know anything until the 29th. So that was. I'm sorry, I probably overstepped again.
Okay, so you had, what was the next contact you had with Mr. Fox?
I believe it was the very next day. There were some other words around it, but one of the things that stands out in my head was he told me to keep what happened between us, and I told him no worries, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
What I meant by that was, don't worry, and if anybody, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, there's nothing for me to say to anybody. That's what I meant to him.
Why didn't you call the police at that point? Why didn't you call the police?
I had a couple of different reasons for not calling the police. Like I said, by the end of the ride, I wasn't as worried as I was at the beginning of the ride. At the beginning of the ride, that whole different story. Anyways, so at the end of it, I wasn't so worried. I didn't feel I needed to call the cops. If there was more information, if there was a group involved, if there was more plans, like if there was concrete evidence I could actually take to the cops and say, look, I just went on this crazy ass ride. There's no way you're going to believe me, but here's proof that this happened. That's the type of stuff that I was looking for. So more proof about that. But the majority for staying on with them that was the question for why I didn't call the police.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why I didn't call the police. I didn't feel that ruining two people's lives over talking stupid, no matter how crazy it was. That's all it was to me by the end of the ride. So I didn't want to ruin their lives by calling the cops. Unless I had more to go on.
Did Dan contact you after the ride, before the?
Dan got a hold of me like a month later and asking me what I thought of the ride, which.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
So you had a quick text or some kind of wire communication?
Yeah, it was chats of some sort.
Were you on some of these wires?
Yes.
Did there come a time you had left any of them?
I did leave one of them. I don't remember the name of it, but I did leave it.
Why are you on these wires?
Communication, just stay in contact.
Okay, we are going to go through the exhibits, but did you have any advanced knowledge that you see an exhibit that said anything about, you've seen an exhibit about who's up for kidnapping?
I have seen the exhibit, yes.
You're on that?
I'm on the chat?
Yeah.
Or in the chat group, yes.
Did you see that ever?
I did not see that until I was sitting in jail after you sent me the packet, and that's when I got to see that.
And where were you that day, if you could figure out where you were when those were coming into your phone?
The only times that I weren't reading those was when I was at work, which was a lot. I worked a lot. I would have a phone turned off in my pocket because it would be going off all the time. You guys know what notifications are like. There were so many people talking about stuff. You would just turn it off. So no, I did not see that one because I had it off.
Other than possibly the day after or so with Mr. Fox, did you have any other contacts with him prior to the FTX?
I'm pretty sure we contacted.
Okay. When did you see him next?
The next time I saw him, apparently I went to Walmart in the morning to show him how the RF device worked again.
Okay. What do you mean apparently?
I don't remember doing that like at all, but we got the audio of it. So
Okay. How did he invite you to there, or why did you go?
I believe I was supposed to ride with them to the FTX, but I wanted my own vehicle. So I ended up going later that day.
Why would you want your own vehicle?
Because after the first time I hopped in a vehicle with him, I was not going to do it again.
And how did he contact you to invite you to Walmart?
It would have been on the phone. So either one of the chat groups or calling me.
You recall the exhibit that had probably reaching out at least 3 times to you about, hey, I need the RF device, meet me, come on, bring it, all those things?
Yeah. He kept telling me to bring the device, which I was going to do anyways. But
Okay, why were you going to do that anyway?
because I want to show it off.
So you did go to Walmart in the morning?
Yes.
You saw Dan and Adam?
Dan and Adam, I believe, are the ones there, yeah.
You remember Brian in the car as well?
I don't, but I believe Dan testified he was in the car as well.
You don't question that, do you?
I don't question that, no. I have no reason to.
Okay, and what did you do when you showed up at Walmart on the 12th, Saturday morning?
Well, according to the audio, I got out and showed them how it worked again. So that would have been the second time I showed them how it worked.
Okay, you showed them on the 29th and then again on the 12th.
The 29th before the ride, and then on the 12th, yes, before the FTX.
And what was the FTX to you?
The FTX to me is a normal training. So the way that it was promoted, especially, was it was a family-friendly. It was online, so it's not like it was even trying to be hidden. It was a family-friendly FTX, so field training exercise, get together, militia get together. That's what it was.
So did you, after you showed them how it worked, what happened to the RF device?
Bill, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you know if you took it to the FTX or someone else did?
So I showed up to the FTX with it, which blows my mind. Why would I show up to Walmart and show them how it works and not hand it off to them? So that part confuses me. But I showed up to the FTX with it.
Okay. What time did you get to the FTX?
It was around noon, maybe a little bit past noon.
Okay. You've heard a lot about this FTX, and it was for some kind of training for either kidnapping or doing something awful to the governor.
That's what these gentlemen are trying to say, yes.
And what was your understanding as you were going to this training?
As I was going to it, it was a family-friendly, normal militia get-together. That's the way it was promoted. That was my understanding of it.
When did you find out otherwise?
I guess when Dan got a hold of me, that would have been 2 weeks after.
Okay.
Because he explicitly told me we made a second trip. So
Okay.
that's when I had knowledge.
Did you know that? Okay, so October 1st-ish.
First or third, I believe.
Okay. I got a hold of you how? Phone, text, chat?
It was over the phone. I don't know if it was text or chat.
Okay. So what happened at the FTX for you, and what was your experience there?
So the FTX, when I first showed up, I had to park on the road. They said my car wouldn't make it back. So then somebody came and got me. Apparently that was Undercover Mark. They came and got me. We rode down. I got out, unloaded my gear at the tent or the canopy, underneath the canopy. And I met Adam at the canopy. He asked me if I brought the RF device. So I produced that. We were playing around with that for a little bit.
Describe playing around with it.
Like turning it on and just playing with the dial. It's not super complicated. Like there's not a million dials on it. There's one. It's the on off and how high the level of detection is. So we were just playing with that, just playing with the knob pretty much. But he walked over to a guy that was pretty much right by us, from me to that gentleman away, and the guy was on his phone, and Adam wanted him, and of course it went off on the phone that was in the guy's hand.
So what happened to the RF device after that?
Not quite sure. I know Adam had it for a little bit. He did come up to me and he said, Molitor, I need you to, finish going around wanding people. I was like, oh yeah, that's going to happen. So I turned it off and put it in my pocket.
Did you wand anybody with it?
I did not wand anybody. I did not wand anybody. at any point in time.
Did you stand in the opening as was testified by undercover Mark, waving it around like this?
No, sir, I don't understand the purpose of that.
Did you do that or not?
No,
You didn't want anybody, didn't do it over your head? Did you do anything with the device?
no, other than show it off, no, I did not.
Do you know who had your device when you didn't have it?
Adam, yes.
Did you see what Adam was doing with it?
No, but I could assume he would be doing the same stuff.
Was there, in your mind, any illegal purpose at that FTX going on at that time?
In my mind, no.
Is that normal for them to have a little OPSEC at a militia? Was it normal that day to you or not?
No, it's normal. It's normal. You're typically told to leave your phones away. Nobody ever listens, though. They always end up coming out. But you're always told at the beginning of these things, everyone that I've been to, every single one. Always leave your phones in your vehicle.
Were you aware that Adam had sent a message in writing to Dan 5 days after the ride that said, "Don't count on barricade," basically paraphrasing, for any extreme shit?
No, not until you found it.
Well, do you have any explanation why that statement would be said?
So the only thing I can think of is because of how non-committal I was. Every time they would ask me a question, I'd always say, yeah, but, or, it has to be this way, or there was always a caveat into what I said to him. So there was never a yes, and he was looking for yes men.
Were you in Adam's group?
No, I was not in Adam's group. I was never his medic. I was never his driver. I was never in his group.
Why is he calling out your name that you're ready to roll?
Yeah, I agree with these gentlemen that he would be using me and some other fellows to bolster his own reputation to try to get other people. I do agree with that.
Did you ever tell him you're ready to roll to help him?
No, that never happened.
So from March 17th, did you know any of these meetings were going on all the way through September 12th?
None.
Did you know September 12th there was a meeting at 5 o'clock about some explosives?
No.
Did you know anything about explosives?
No, sir.
What were you wearing that day?
So that day I did go in my full kit because there was a militia get together. So again, that's the plate carrier. Do I have to describe that every time, sir?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
So you had your combat, I'll call it uniform on?
I had everything. I even took my rucksacks. So 2 packs full of stuff. Yeah.
You weren't in civilian clothes at one point?
Well, I had my civilian clothes on underneath of that stuff.
Okay.
So I don't wear uniforms. I don't wear fatigues, anything like that. I will wear this stuff with my militia kit over it.
They did a little video and they stopped and had a picture kind of cropped out, you and Barry Croft.
Yes.
Is that what you were wearing that day?
Yes, that's what I was wearing the whole day.
All right. What's your relationship with Barry Croft?
I don't have a relationship with Barry Croft. I've seen him online. I believe I started listening to a video one time. The guy's voice grates on me. So that, and I don't really care for the way he talks.
How about Adam's videos that we saw for ad nauseum in this case over and over?
Yeah. I've seen some of his videos, not all of them, no.
You know Daniel Harris?
No. At that time, I did not know him. No.
Were you acting as a medic or anything on the 12th or 13th of September?
So I was not an acting medic. I was not standing as a medic for anybody, for a group in particular. I interjected myself because nobody else was there. The person who was supposed to be watching the shoot house walked away while people were doing live training. So I stood there with my medical kit just in case somebody got hurt. That's not to help bad guys. That is because I don't want to see anybody die. And medics or people with medical knowledge don't save people. We keep them alive long enough to get to a hospital. So that doesn't negate a hospital visit. It doesn't negate police interaction. There's nothing wrong with wanting to help people.
Did you go through the shoot house?
I did.
Which day?
Both days.
Live fire second day, dry fire the first day?
So dry fire the first day. The second day, I believe I went through either by myself or with one other person.
Okay. And anything unusual about the militia training on the 12th or the 13th?
No, it was very it's so basic. It's like every other one. It's all the same stuff. The very basics of weapon handling, very basics of medical, very basics of.
Please slow down.
Sorry, yes.
It's all the same stuff?
It is all the same stuff. Yeah.
So were you aware that Adam was talking to people that day and asking them to go to a trip?
No.
Brandon Concerta, do you know him?
No.
Ty Garvin?
No.
Did you meet Ty? Wasn't it at Ty Garvin's property?
Yes.
Did you have any contact with Ty Garvin that
He gave
day?
me a ride back to my vehicle. Yes.
When was that?
Golf
Which
cart.
day?
I would say that was at the end of the 12th.
Was that a Saturday?
That was Saturday. Yes.
What time, if you know, Eric?
I do not.
And what time did you go home after that on Saturday?
Yeah, went right home. I had my kids. That was my weekend with the kids.
Okay. And Caleb Franks,
I did not know him.
Sean Fix,
Didn't know him.
Joe Morrison,
Nope.
Pete Musico,
No.
Paul Bellar.
No.
Who'd you interact with at the training, if anyone?
Who did I interact with?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Adam. Steve Robeson. Very short thing with him. I didn't really interact with anybody.
Okay. Do you rub elbows with everybody, or do you stick with one guy like we were in the Barry Croft picture? Was that?
Oh, I kind of just rove around, do whatever I want to do. I'm not with anybody.
What about Steve Robeson? How do you know him?
I don't know him. So the reason I said his name was because when the fellows went to do the firework over the hill, I hid behind the truck. Because when it comes to explosives, I don't even play with firecrackers, anything like that. So when I heard that they were going to try to play with something might go boom, I was going to go hide behind the truck.
Do you think you said to him, Barry Croft, hey, you get hurt, I'll help you out?
I said to Barry.
What did you say, if you did say anything about the fireworks?
I said if anybody gets hurt, that I'll help. Yeah.
Okay. Were you a promoter or have any part of those fireworks?
No.
You didn't help build it?
Oh, no.
They didn't tell you to come down and be the medic?
No, that stuff scares the crap out of me.
So you went home that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you think anything was going on that day at all?
Oh,
Unusual?
I had no reason to think anything unusual was going on. I did see Adam pull people off in little groups.
Okay. What, is that unusual?
Well, now looking back on it, it kind of stands out more. Yeah,
What, were you part of any of those conversations?
I was not.
How many times did you see that happen?
I don't know, 2 or 3 times.
Okay. So did you have your RF device all day in your pocket then?
After I got it back from Adam, I want to say I had possession of it for the majority of the day.
On or off?
Yeah. Do you mean like was it turned on or off?
Yeah.
Oh, it was off.
In what pocket did you put it in?
This one I had cargo pants on, so it was down here.
Okay.
Just where I put things.
And where did you keep all of your rig, your gear, your kit?
That was all under the canopy on some tables because I didn't have my car back there, so everything just had to sit there.
Okay. Undercover Mark did a drawing.
Yes,
Did you look at that?
I did. He did a very good job.
He did?
Oh yeah. He just forgot the canopy, but other than that, it was spot on.
Okay. And what happened to your gear, gig, rig rather, or kit as you left on Saturday? Do you take that with or do you not?
So I actually left my stuff there.
Okay. You know where your RF device was?
Other than my pistol, I did take my pistol with me, but the RF was on the table too.
Okay. Did you stay at home when you got home?
No. I think that was the night Adam got a hold of me and asked me to come get him high because he had left his pot downstate. So I went to Walmart parking lot and smoked with him.
Did you have a communication in writing about going back and forth? You said you're on your way, that kind of thing?
Most likely. That sounds That sounds like something I would.
What do you say, when you're gonna drill one, what's that mean?
Roll one. It probably spelled it wrong. You know how autocorrect is?
Okay. You think you meant to put rolled and you said it came out
I
drilled.
fingered it.
Okay. And what time did you go to Walmart?
I think that was around 10 o'clock that night.
And was Adam there?
Yeah.
And what
Yes.
kind of truck vehicle?
I don't know.
How did he come to your car?
On foot, he exited the other vehicle and I walked over to mine.
Did you have any idea what was going on out there other than Adam was at Walmart?
I had no explicit knowledge of anything at that point, no.
You didn't bring your RF device out for him?
No, I just wanted to get high with him.
Okay. And after that happened, how long were you in the car getting high with him?
Oh, crap. 15, 20 minutes, possibly.
Any statements about where he's going and all that business?
No.
You know why he didn't go the second week?
No.
2 weeks later after the first ride?
No, I did not.
Were you invited?
I was not.
Do you have any knowledge?
I did not.
You didn't figure this out until October 1st or 3rd?
That's when Dan texted me, correct?
Did you go to the FTX? Did you go to a meeting at 5 o'clock where there was some discussion about explosives with Red?
I did not.
And you came back the next day at what time?
It was in the morning. I want to say 10, 11.
And what was going on at that time?
When I first showed up, everybody was still getting up and around for the day. So there was a lot of groggy people walking around, grumpy looking.
Okay, did you attend a meeting on that day?
No,
So I forgot one meeting, but I think it happened in the first day. Did you go to the all hands deck meeting with Barry was yelling out stuff?
I did not.
So 0 meetings, 0 for 3 over the weekend?
Correct.
You didn't hear anything illegal on Sunday as well?
Correct. Nothing was said openly. I know it was said that things were spoken of openly, but that's not the case at all.
Okay, let's talk about the mock-up. You know what a mock-up is?
I understand the mock-up, yes. It's supposed to represent something. So you're talking about the shoot house.
Yeah.
It's supposedly to be a mock-up of the governor's house. That was never said to me. And it baffles my mind how a 10 by 10 tarp setup represents a whole cottage anyways, but it's my confusion. So I've done shoot houses before as well. So like when you testified, even for competitions, it's not uncommon, especially at the higher level competitions like this, to have shoot houses. To also do them at militia get-togethers.
Throughout this process with Adam, did you have any thoughts of trying to hurt people? Motive to hurt anyone?
Did I have thoughts of hurting people?
Yeah.
No,
How about motive to hurt?
I don't have motive to hurt people.
Weren't you mad at the governor?
I was upset. Yes, I was.
You might have said bad things about her, about arresting and or other things like that.
I did back the idea of a civilian arrest, if that was possible. Other than that, voting her out was my best way of taking care of that.
Okay, but you made some, called her names probably.
I did. I used some vulgar language. Yes.
And we're going to look through those exhibits and you're going to explain what was going on in your mind at each time.
Let's do that.
And you have a hard time remembering, and it would help you to have those.
It would help me, yes.
And that's the easiest way to do that.
Yes.
Let's talk about when Dan did get a hold of you on October, I think it's the 1st, but we'll go with beginning of October.
Okay.
What did he do?
So from my recollection, he got a hold of me. He asked me what I thought about the FTX. So we started off by asking what I thought about the FTX, which we just had a casual conversation. So I don't remember everything that was said. Excuse me. I do remember telling him, however, that I stood at the shoot house and actually had a live gun pointed at me, and he said that sucks. So that was part of that conversation. Then that's when, around that time, is when he divulged that we took a second ride up. I finished commenting on something else, and then also replied, any new intel, I believe, were my words. Then he started giving me little bits and pieces of information.
And what was your motive or intent to have that discussion?
Oh man, well after a month of not hearing anything, one of my reasons for staying in contact was if I heard anything, then I would be able to go to the police. So he gets a hold of me a month later, like, all right, let's get some information. So I did push a little harder. I said things that I typically wouldn't have to try to get more information out of him. The whole time that I thought I was playing him, he was playing me. So that was interesting to find out.
Did you ever end up calling the police?
No.
Why not?
I guess it's hard to explain. If he said that other people went up and there's other people involved, there's other people that can also get a hold of them if they have more information. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, the less responsibility on me, more on them.
Okay. Any other contacts before October 7th? With there apparently some get-together planned.
Yes, I was asked to go downstate somewhere to get free gear. Adam had asked me to go down if I wanted to go. It was him and Dan.
Yeah, did you accept his invitation?
I did at first. I told him, yes, I want to go. I mean, free gear. Who doesn't want free stuff, especially expensive stuff? Then when it came time the day to go down, I told him no, I couldn't go. I couldn't think of anything good to say, so I told him that I was waiting on money for my boss, which doesn't make sense because it was free gear. But I was not getting a vehicle with him again. I need to be in control. I need to be the one driving.
I want to just jump back for 1 second. Did you, have anybody come up and ask if you wanted to be a driver at the FTX?
No.
Adam or Dan never did?
No, nobody did.
Were you aware they were writing each other to find out that they had mentioned each other? They wanted to talk to you about that at the FTX?
No, sir, I was not aware of that. What other people talk about or what they do has nothing to do with me.
So, did you end up going down on October 7th?
I did not.
Why not? Free gear.
I was afraid of being jumped with another ride-along situation, and that was not going to happen ever again.
And were you any knowledge about explosives, baking, any of
Not
that?
until my interview with the police once they picked me up. I didn't know anything about that.
Okay, so you didn't go down there. They did. They got arrested.
Yep.
And that was a ruse. That was not going to be free beer, free gear, free Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's what we found out.
And you turned that down.
Yep.
And you told them your excuse was?
My excuse was that I didn't have money. I didn't have enough money. I said I was hashing things out with Sam, so I needed to be by my phone. I needed to be home.
You didn't have enough money to get free gear?
I didn't have enough money for free gear.
Does Sam owe you money at this point?
He still owes me some money. Oh, yes.
Okay, so what happened on October 7th on your side?
So October 7th, my family and I were having a family get-together. So the people you see sitting over there, as well as some youngsters that are not here. I hear my mom say there's a lot of cops on this road. We live on a dirt road, so it's pretty uncommon. I didn't think anything of it. She's like, "Oh, one stop and pulling in." Like, whatever. And then she said they're out there yelling at a bullhorn for you. You'd think I would have heard that. I didn't. So I thought she was messing with me. And I'll go to the window, and we have, I couldn't even tell you how many agents on our lawn, guns pointed at the house. We ended up getting raided. They had guns pointed at my kids. Like, that's really weird. I had no idea what the heck was going on at that point. Yeah, I got hauled in. They wouldn't even tell me. They didn't show us a warrant. They said, we'll take care of that later. I asked what this was even about. I was told that they will tell you when you get down to the station.
And how'd you feel about that?
Oh my gosh, dude, I was scared. I don't know how else to feel about that. Like that was, yeah. You don't walk away from something like that.
Were you, you hear the word plot being thrown around a little bit with this case, a lot actually? Were
Yes.
you in a plan or a plot? Were you plotting or planning to do something to the governor, kidnap her, kill her?
I was not, no,
Did you ever make an agreement to do that with anyone?
no.
Do you have any intent to coerce or hurt the government or civilian government or civilians?
Never, no,
Influence the conduct of government?
no,
Coerce somebody?
no,
Intimidate?
no.
So you took a video,
Yes, I did.
and that was to not do any of those things that I just went through? Those things weren't on your mind at the time?
No,
You're helping this guy take a video because he's going to burn up her boat?
that wasn't even in my mind.
And you've explained what was in your mind.
I want to get home.
Would you take that same video again if you were under the same
Yes, I would.
circumstances?
Yes, I would.
In the RF device, did you have a dirty reason to give that to these guys?
I did not.
Did you know it was tied at all into Antrim County?
No. No. If people want to use an RF device on their private property for their private get-together, I don't see where there's a problem with that. That's what my assumption was.
Okay, you were going to bring it anyway,
Yep.
and you showed this thing off before you heard crazy talk, before you got in your car, right?
Yeah, before we even got in the truck.
You explained this to the police?
I sure did.
You showed a video of you giving an interview to a journalist.
Yes, sir. We're going to do some over there.
Okay. How many interviews, without getting into all the details about them, but how many interviews do you think you gave to the police after your arrest?
After the arrest, I think there was one more. There's one more after.
So the state police, FBI?
So there's FBI, state police, then the proper.
Okay.
So I know of 3.
Did you see any of your interviews played as part of this case?
I saw them here, yes.
Just one. Which was what? Which one? The Eric Van Dusen one?
Yeah, well, it wasn't even the full thing. It was clips, just bits and pieces of the full interview, yeah.
How long did you sit down with him?
I want to say it was a little over 3 hours. The video was only like 2 hours, though. I think he cut it down. He edited it.
And anything on there that you're ashamed of or afraid of?
Not at all. No.
Why would you, just in general terms, don't, defense attorneys tell people to shut up, basically, keep your mouth shut, say nothing
You did?
in general?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Then you,
I wanted to talk. I wanted to get my side of this out. I've heard my name get dragged through the media in a very bad light for how long now? I haven't had a chance to say anything. I was actually under a gag order, I believe, or I believed I was at that time. So I wasn't able to say anything. I finally had an opportunity to talk, to Mr. Van Dusen over there, and I was very happy to do that.
you had probably a lot of opportunities to speak elsewhere, and you didn't do that.
That's correct. Yeah. I heard good things about him.
The New York Times, LA Times, all these papers calling me.
There was a lot of news stations and papers trying to get to me through UBS. I don't want them to twist my words. We all see how,
Mr. Molitor, I have a question for you.
Okay,
fair enough, sorry.
you have to respond to questions. Do you know anything about ghost guns?
A little bit.
What are they?
So ghost guns are guns that do not have a serial number on them. So they would be weapons that are produced at your home.
Do it yourself?
Yeah, do-it-yourself guns. They don't have to be like what you think of as a firearm. Slam fire shotgun, for example, could be considered a ghost gun, I guess, because that's unserialized.
Okay. Do you want to go through start going through the exhibits that were put into this case?
Yes, please.
A number of them? Would that help you remember and give explanation, background, and context to what was going on?
That would help a lot. Yes, please.
Do you have a book in front of you?
Yeah, let's take about 5-10 minute break. And we'll just, Okay, the record can reflect that there is a courtroom. We'll take about 10 minute break.
Can we get 2 minutes to court?
Pardon?
Can we get 2 minutes to court chambers?
Oh, yeah. Come back. Mr. Molitor, please step.
Thank you.
Ms. Brennan will go till 5, a little after, whatever.
Okay,
When do you think we get to a
stopping point.
natural stopping point around there? Or a little after?
Jesse's saying 5, so who do I listen to? I think I'm going with the court. Can you borrow the license? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to get one for tomorrow.
Commissioner Girl says that. Everyone can be seated, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that exhibit number 1, Agent Harris, thank you for your IT help. Be displayed up on the screen for everyone. Eric?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind turning around and, do you see those people?
Yes, you do.
We've talked about Barry Croft, Adam Fox. Do
Yes,
you know Brian Higgins?
No,
You know the Nulls? We've talked about them.
I know of them, yes.
Who's Caleb Franks?
I have no idea.
Ty Garland, Garvin. Sorry about my vision. Joe Morrison. Okay, we've got those.
Don't know him.
Fix, did you see Fix at any time?
I didn't have ever seen Sean.
Point to him if you would. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve Robeson.
Steve right there.
Who is he to you?
He's nobody to me. He's the fellow who was sitting on his truck when we hid behind it.
When the Barry was lighting up his,
The firework.
you
Yeah.
call it a firework,
Yeah.
and next to him,
Is Amanda Keller.
any, for those people, see, what's your relationship to her?
I know my relationship with her. She was Adam's fiance, I believe.
What interactions have you had with Undercover Mark, who's up there in a cartoon fashion?
Undercover Mark gave me a ride from the road to the FTX. That's my interactions with him.
CHS Dan?
He's the one that came with Adam on the daytime ride.
Undercover Red?
I shook his hand at the trains.
At where?
At the FTX, the 12th and 13th.
Each
That's
day?
it. No, just once.
You recognized him when he came in here and testified?
He had less beard, but his eyes were very similar. Yeah.
Okay. Could we move to exhibit number 2? Thank you. Did you want to cover anything else on exhibit 1? Eric, before we go to 2?
No.
So let's take a look at number 2. Do you have any issues? You see what that is? Significant events?
Yes.
Uniting for a common cause.
Yes.
Were you uniting for a common cause in this matter?
No.
So it looks like your name's on there a few times.
Yes.
It looks like number 3 is the first one. Is that the American Patriot Rally?
There. Yes, it is.
Did you attend that?
I did.
Who did you go with?
I didn't go with anybody. I was there by myself.
Did you see the Nulls and Mr. Fox there?
Grand Rapids. Yes.
Is that the first time you saw Mr. Fox or?
That was the first time I saw Mr. Fox.
Is that-
In person, yes.
Oh, is that Rosa Parks Circle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see your name on number 4?
I do. It says response to riots.
Is that accurate?
531, I believe that's when I went to Muskegon, so yes.
It says Grand Rapids though.
That wasn't me.
Were you at Muskegon with Bill Null or Fox?
No,
Do you know anything about what they were doing on that night?
I do not.
Do you believe you were in Muskegon on that night?
I believe I was.
Number 5, it looks like Molitor joins Fox's civilian army.
That is what it says.
What did you do on June 4th?
I did not join an army.
What did you join his Facebook page?
There's a Facebook page that I did join, yes.
Okay. And why did you join that?
Because of the things that Adam was saying about like his militia work, how he wants to be active and actually make a difference.
Make a difference how?
There's nothing explicit at that point. It was just putting in the work, not sitting behind your keyboard, not just sitting there complaining, but actually getting out and doing stuff.
Okay, looks like the Dublin meeting's up there. You're not on that, are you?
No.
It's number 6. Number 7, you're not on that chat, the Founding Fathers chat, are you?
No.
Number it's 8.
It says,
There you are.
Sorry.
What's that all about? 62320, the wire.
So that must be when I joined the wire chat.
And what was your intent for joining a wiretap with Adam Fox?
Communication.
Was he still being good at that time, or were there concerns?
I didn't have any concerns at that time.
So is that a bad thing to join the encrypted com?
No.
Why?
No, and that wasn't even the first time I've been asked to join one. I've been on encrypted comms with other people and other groups before too. So it was not uncommon.
Okay. There's nothing sneaky about that in your mind at that point?
No.
Looks like number 9, not including you.
No.
And number 10, Cambria, Wisconsin. You're not on there, are you?
No.
Looks like 11, the second day. You're not on there, are you?
No.
12, New Founding Fathers Meeting 2.
Not on there.
Second meeting, 13, Roundtable, Recon, Fox Fix, probably in Belleville, right?
That's what it says, yes. I was not there.
14, Daytime Recon. There we are.
Yep. I was there.
You talked about that.
Yes, sir.
15, Luther Training.
The 12th, I was there.
16, Night Recon.
Nope.
Were there any other trucks there when you smoked marijuana with Adam that night?
I remember there being only one truck.
Okay, did you see people in the truck? Did you see who they were? Anything?
No, I saw silhouettes.
Okay.
There's people in the dark.
Okay. 17, Luther, this is Sunday. We talked about that.
Yes.
And you're on there.
Yes.
On either of those days, did you have anything to do with Frank's?
I couldn't tell you. Like nothing to do with him.
Anything remarkable or noteworthy with the Knolls?
No.
Croft,
No.
Higgins.
No.
9/13 looks like Luther Circle of Trust meeting. You're not on that.
Nope.
It was 18, 19 explosives testing. There's Molitor's name.
Yep.
What role did you play in that other than?
I did not play any role in any explosives testing whatsoever. Like I said already, if anybody got hurt, I'd be willing to help them out. But outside of that, I don't mess with explosives. I want nothing to do with them. So I was well away from that.
Okay, and you certainly were involved on the 7th, and you've talked about that. That's when you were arrested.
On the 7th, yes.
Any other comment after viewing that? Any explanation you want to give beyond what you said?
As far as,
Is there questions you want
I'll move on.
any questions for time?
I still understand. I'm sorry.
Have I covered all of your concerns about that diagram, Eric?
That would be my concerns for me, yes.
Thank you. Exhibit number 4, please.
Okay.
You obviously know where the governor's residence is and the boat launch, right?
On this map, yes, I do.
Anything about apartments?
No,
What's the Lake Michigan access?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
You didn't hear any discussion in the front seat?
I did not.
With the windows down and they're going to go by there?
No,
You remember driving by there with Dan and Adam?
I don't remember that. No.
Next, please. Well, some of these are 2-pagers, but. Thank you very much. If there is a second, if you could just scroll to keep that up. Thank you so much. Do you see this diagram?
I do.
Do you have anything to do with the Elk River Bridge?
I do not.
The department we talked about, you drove by it,
Correct.
and we've covered the launch residence and access. Next, please. Number 5. Is it 6? Yeah. 5, if that's not 5. I'm sorry.
This is 4.
Okay, 5, please. You can hit pause. Did you see this video?
I'm not quite sure what this video is.
Okay.
It just says video, no transcription.
Well, it's been looked at.
Sorry.
Do you have any questions with regard to the video that they showed, or was it an accurate representation? Or would you like to look at it again?
I do not know what video you're about to pull up. Okay, this is a travel animation.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with me.
And that looks like it is the night recon. We can pass that. And we
Correct.
talked about putting that on 6. Contacts, timeline, Fox and Molitor.
All right.
Let's see 6, please. Thank you, Agent Harris. Can you read that from where you are?
Yes, sir.
Looks like in the first box.
Reporting to Muskegon. I went to Muskegon. He went to Grand Rapids or Lansing. I believe this.
Okay. Any connection between you two at that point?
I think we had talked a little bit. Yeah.
511.
5'11".
My vision is right. It says 511 right there.
That one right there?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's 531.
my bad. Okay, end of May. There's your 6-4 with Facebook. Join the Facebook, is that fair?
Yes. There's Facebook there. Previous to that, though, this says the author is friends with Fox on Facebook. It's a Facebook friend.
Okay, looks like on 6, you covered his
Yep.
shift.
And that was the first thing that I had, that he hooked me up with the prep security.
Okay, did you make comments on any live video on 6/14? You don't question
I
that?
did. No, I don't question it. I did. I don't recall the video.
Okay, we'll get to that. Facebook Molitor joins Michigan Patriot 3 percenters.
So before we do that, Fox tells about, so he told me about the back check meeting, as he said.
You recall knowing about the back check meeting prior to it occurring?
I don't remember anything about it, no.
Did you join the second Facebook page that they've got there? It looks like Michigan Patriot 3 percenters. Does that help you remember?
Yes.
Looks like you said, Adam, I stand with you, man.
Yep.
That's in July 3rd, July 3rd.
Yep. And before that, there was this. Okay, this is on my alias.
Okay. Nothing, what were you meeting by Adam, I stand with you, man?
I can only assume he would have been talking about militia stuff,
Okay.
and so I voiced that.
Anything
I was standing
illegal?
with him. No,
Have you made any
No.
illegal overtures at any time in any of these?
no.
You said something, if it's time, it's time, and that looks like you commented on Barry Crofts on
It was
7:15. What was the,
so if it's time, it's time. 7:15. Yeah,
okay, we'll get back to that. This timeline, at least those things.
yeah, I remember that one.
Okay, you joined the faithful chat.
Yes.
What problems do you have with this diagram?
828 right here says that I coordinated recon or with Fox. We did not coordinate recap. He asked me if I wanted to go. Oh, I see what they mean. Like we hooked up where we're gonna meet and stuff. No, that makes sense. Never mind, my bad.
Looks like you commented on a meme and then a Facebook live video, right? You don't question that.
No,
In fact, you put out a number of videos. Do you recall making comments on any other video than that one?
I may have. I haven't had a lot of videos.
It says 831, I believe, Molitor and Fox agree on a declaration of war.
Okay,
Can you see that? Point to that if you would.
right here. I don't know what they mean by a declaration of war.
Have you declared war at any time during
I
this?
have not declared war, no.
Anything else on the right side there?
Molitor acts as medic for FTX.
Is that true?
I didn't stand as a medic for any group, so I was a person with some medical training that could help people. I guess if they want to promote me as a medic, that's fine. I think they're doing it to use Adam's words though, because he kept referring to me as his medic, and I was not his medic.
Were you his medic any time during the summer there?
No,
So anytime you said you were rolling with them or any of that, that was not accurate.
no.
Looks like you were added back into something. Is that the chat that you jumped out of?
So, yeah, I ended up backing out of a chat, and then Dan pulled me back in.
Dan pulled you back in?
Yes.
Why'd you leave it?
I left the chat because a bunch of guys were talking about the guns and showing pictures, and I was like, hey, that's cool. I have guns too. So, and I like talking about them. So I was also involved in this. I sent some pictures, and somebody in there told me, or not me specifically, but just started telling everybody, stop showing your guns. Something about there might be feds in here, something like that. And it's like, all we're doing is showing guns off. Like, there's nothing wrong with showing legal guns in a chat room. And so it ticked me off. And I was like, I'm not going to be a part of something where somebody's telling me I can't show legal guns off. It didn't make sense, so I left it. And then Dan got a hold of me, I think. He got a hold of me and asked if I wanted to be brought back in. And I told him that it didn't matter to me. I didn't need to be a part of a group to do what I was doing. And he pulled me in.
He put you back into the chat.
He put me back in the chat group.
Anything else about that diagram that is wrong?
It seems about right, other than that.
Okay, Wolverine Watchman, number 8.
Oh, exhibit 8.
Anybody else that we haven't talked about that you're aware of that's in this group?
No.
Number 10, please.
Okay.
Were you ever on the Wolverine Watchman Facebook page?
I was not.
Jump to 20, please. Oh, okay.
I don't, there's no point if there's an F, there's an F.
There's no defendant's exhibit F. That's what it is. Just wondering if you pop it on under.
You want F?
Yeah, well, yes, please. If you could, if you would zoom down the left box. Thank you. Is that you, Eric?
It is.
Who are you speaking to?
That's me talking to Adam.
That's on 531.
Yes.
That's about what?
Oh, I was sorry, can you repeat that?
That's about what?
Oh, this is about us going to help protect communities from the riots and the protests.
Yeah.
there were-
Next box, please.
Judge, can we, actually, I'd ask that the content be read starting from the top, March 10th, 23, I think, like we did before.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the beginning of the exhibit, we did that for the other ones, so. we'll do that.
For this one exhibit, I'd ask that, Judge.
Okay,
Hold on, Eric. We're going to pop up the, and maybe we can read it, hopefully. If not, we'll go with the,
Usually it's actually to the right side. Mr. Wilson.
I was talking about it zoomed in, it's changed now, I was talking about the zoomed in content there, just asking for the date at the top. I think it's between Mr. Molitor and Mr. Fox on the 10th of March.
okay.
guess I'm at a loss. I don't see the 10th of March anywhere, but I'm looking.
2021.
Okay, so current participants. What's that say above your statement about going to GR? You went to GR today, question mark.
It says it's the 5/31 of 2020.
What's it say above that with regard to 3/10/21?
21, it says, yeah, it just says 3/10/2021. And participants Eric Molitor and Fox add.
Okay. By then, you weren't in contact with Mr. Fox by 21, right?
No,
But just to give context, after your boxed item, it went down to, looks like Fox saying something to you. What, could you read that?
yep, so on, still 5/31, he says last night.
And after that, you responded,
Also on 5/31, he says, I'm gonna head down tonight.
okay? Now, could we go to the right side of the page? Give some context to that. So it looks like the top half, you have some sort of audio clip, right?
Yes. It says, okay, OMW to Lansing now. And then I said on 6/1/2020, oh, it's a voice message.
Right. So the first something that you could read would be the word okay under 6/1/2020.
Correct.
And then Eric Molitor, you respond with what at the bottom?
Of 6/1/2020, nothing much happened in Muskegon. Cops actually stopped. And thank all of us. We believe the show force stopped the fuckery for tonight.
The conversation continue with you.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yep. 6/1 it says nothing much happened in Muskegon. Oh, that's what I just read. Okay, so underneath that 6/1, I said, how did Lansing go? 6/1, Fox ad said, okay, stay till 4 a.m. Fox ad on 6/1 then said protected the entire Michigan Avenue community from Antifa. 6/1, I then responded, good shit, man. I don't know if physical shit got in Lansing, but just our presence in Muskegon stopped the bastards from rioting. I'm glad y'all are okay, man. Shit gets dicey quick, but fuck those asshats, bro. I can't stand stupid rioters, stupid pee-pee touches. So,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
21. So that previous discussion was about,
Antifa, rioters. Yeah.
can you see 21 in your book?
Yes, sir, it's right here.
Can you read it from your book or from the screen up above?
Let's do this, Mr. Moran, we're getting pretty close to 5 o'clock. Why don't we break for the day and we can start back up tomorrow morning? That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to excuse you for the meeting, and see if we're back ready. All right. sorry. I'm not waiting. I'll address this with them tomorrow. It says chance that trial end Friday for jury to start deliberate. Unlikely is the way that I would characterize that. Actually, I'm going to hang on to that so I remember it tomorrow. Okay, so the way that, and everyone can be seated, I'm going to stand just because the way that I understood what was going to happen with the exhibits is, so let's take exhibit 21, for example. Exhibit 21 was going to be displayed. There was going to be, let's just take the first one, on the right-hand side of the first page, for example, that message says, Second Continental Michigan Regiment. Mr. Molitor, what does that mean, or something like that. We're not going to go through every exhibit or a number of exhibits and reread them from beginning to end, because that would be cumulative, which is not permitted under the court rules, so, or rules of evidence rather. So if there are specific references to specific things, I don't have any issue with that, but we're not going to go through like number 6 and have somebody just read again an exhibit that's already been admitted, and we can go through. If there would have been one box, for example, so they have you listed on page 21. Again, I'm just picking the box from number 6, and were you in that chat? No, so that's wrong. Fine. I mean, that's a specific reference to that, but we're not going to sit here and go through in detail full exhibits and read through them again, because that would just be cumulative and we'll be here through the middle of next week. So with that understanding, I don't have any problem. Again, if specific references want to be explained, that's perfectly appropriate, but we're not going to go start to finish through it. Okay?
That's fine. I just wanted to read from the boxes and provide some context.
And again, for a specific one, I don't have an issue with that, but we're not going to go to an exhibit that has already been displayed and, quite frankly, already read to the jury and read it again.
I did not ask for that, but I appreciate and I agree with the court.
Okay, sure. That's what we did for exhibit 6. We went through each of the boxes again and referenced where they were, where they won't. Do you disagree with that? No, it looks correct. What's the testimony? So if there would have been reference to a specific box and we move on, fine. But, okay. The other thing is I'd like the attorneys here at 8:30 because there were some exhibits based on testimony from today that may be coming from the people. Those are going to be sent to the defense attorneys tonight, as my understanding, or may already be uploaded into the cloud. And so I'd like the attorneys here at 8:30 so that any discussion we need to have can happen before 9 o'clock. So at least we finish the case tomorrow. So let's do that. Okay. Anything for anybody before we take off for the night, Mr. Wilson?
No, sir.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes, I did email the 3 rough clips. They have a little extra at the end, but they could see through the proposed transcripts that I have for Kate.
Okay.
And I would have sent those to Dan directly.
We received them.
Just a few seconds ago, so he could have a chance to fly spec them.
Okay. And there is a CD that has the correct.
It's in my car, and it would be when the jury
That's
grabs.
fine. Yep. I just want to make sure they have
It'll be available.
Okay.
I didn't burn that into the computer and send that to them yet. I have the clips.
Unless they have, as long as they have the audio from which they can look at the proposed transcripts, that's fine.
The other thing, the court did a good job. We were keeping track of the exhibits every day for up to a certain point. I do have my notes, and I can piece them together to make sure something doesn't happen with the exhibit that's not been admitted. But I was curious if the court had a cumulative list that was a master list of what has been admitted and could be furnished to the parties to make sure that something doesn't come in that wasn't formally admitted.
I have a list that I have been keeping track of. I wouldn't characterize it as a master list. I keep one for my records to ensure that that doesn't happen. People have been keeping that. I think Agent Harris has it. I think Exhibit 20 was asked and to be shown, and that wasn't admitted as a people's exhibit. And it was eventually shown because it was admitted as F. So they have those, and I assume we're spot checking each time. If there's a question, we can compare it to the list. I have that history.
Okay.
You got a running list?
Yep.
Yep. And, if anybody has a thumb drive that wants our exhibits for tomorrow, we can get that before we leave today.
Okay.
We'll put it on your thumb drive and.
And if an exhibit was previously provided as a proposed number for the people, and it was later admitted as something else, it will be referred to as what it was admitted as. So if 20 became F, there is no 20, it's F. So that's how we'll refer to it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else for you, Mr. Barnett?
No, I think that covers it. We'll be here at 8:30 in the morning.
Yep, Mr. Nunzio.
No.
Mr. Sack.
No, thank you, Judge.
See everybody in the morning. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
Bill, do you have a thumb drive? Christine, do you have a thumb drive?
So what I got is, AG dimensional product. Put on there. Yeah.
I really actually start talking.
Hello? Be quiet, I guess I do.
I'm not allowed to talk anymore.
By 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's what